part of the second annual Children's Health and Climate Change Symposium. It's just a wonderful program last night. Helen got us started off in a good way, and we've got Lori Peak doing our keynote here, which is going to be awesome. And we're really fortunate to have Miss Haskell, okay, Angelina, I got it right the first time. Angelina Gallego here. So this is really an important position. She is Miss Haskell. She's that cultural carrier of everything that we try to represent here. And we have the Haskell Brave, Rickson Bullcat. And Rickson is again, the same thing. Extraordinary young man who's taken on that role to really kind of be the ambassador, both of these young people, the ambassadors for Haskell. I just said hello, good morning, my friends and relatives. My Blackfoot name is Holy White Buffalo. I said, this is me. When I say Anuk Sisikoi, I said, this is me, I have arrived. So I am here for you guys. My Blackfoot name is Holy White Buffalo, like I said.
I come from the Blackfeet Nation up in Browning, Montana, just right on the border of Canada. Also the Blackfoot Confederacy that lived up here. This song that I'm about to sing is the John Tatsu song, and my late grandfather, John Tatsu, this is his personal song. So it's an honor song for you guys for traveling and being here. So thank you guys. Thank you guys for being here.
to bring together these intersections that are very critical, especially in Indian country, especially now. So we're very excited to be able to bring experts in the field, people from across the RVCC or the Rising Voices Changing Coast Project. We're excited to involve students that are here to learn from all of you. And so we hope that you talk to one another, that maybe you're sitting next to. There will be breaks throughout the day that you're welcome to just personally take. We did not build in a whole lot into the program because we just trust that you'll get up and go outside if you need to. We just want to make sure that we're really filling this time while we've got these, especially these leaders here in the field. So we want to make sure that we're keeping it going. A couple of housekeeping things is obviously here in the front we've had to put some things together. Huge thanks to Brandon and his team, Brandon and Travis, for figuring out a makeshift projector situation. We had one of those on our hands. So if you can maybe avoid walking over the cables here in the front, typically in this building we wouldn't have this set up here. We're sorry about that. Other housekeeping is that we are recording some things, and so I don't know if there's, Brendan, is there any things to think about with that for people? Not really? No, we're all good, okay. Other housekeeping is that there are restrooms, and so out here in the lobby area, I believe that the women's restroom is over here on the right, and that the men's restroom is over there. And so if you need to use the restroom, there are snacks free for you to take. We will have lunch by the native chef and more about that as we get closer to lunch. But if you have any questions, again, my name is Alex. I'm here to help you. And if you have any accommodations needs, things like that, if you have any questions. So without further ado, I want to introduce Dr. Lori Peak. This is such a treat. I'm so glad I'm getting to meet you in person. Lori is the director of the Natural Hazard Center and professor in the Department of Sociology at the University of Colorado in Boulder. Very nice. And so, yeah, I want to hand it off to you. This is our keynote of the day.
Thank you. Thanks. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for that. Okay, good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. It's great to see you, and I hope that you all had an amazing night of sleep or whatever you needed last night to be. And Alex, thank you so much for the introduction, and thank you to everyone who's made this event possible. This has been really extraordinary to be here, and I wanted to especially thank Jennifer Santos Hernandez for really being responsible for helping me to know about this event and for getting me here, in addition to, of course, the Haskell Foundation and to Dr. Wildcat. And as with any sort of invitation, the invitation was rooted in Jennifer's acknowledgement and kindness and recognition. And so Jennifer knows that not only have I spent a lot of my life studying children in disasters, so hence the focus of this symposium was very relevant, but Jennifer, because I've also known her for a very long time, knew that I'm a native Kansan. And I grew up 45 minutes from here, and so it has been so special to be able to come home in this sort of way, but also to a really sacred and special place. So thank you to Jennifer, and thank you to all of you for being here today. And so I am going to talk about the questions we ask and the stories we tell, understanding children's health in a changing climate. And so in that spirit, I'd like to actually begin with an invitation to all of you. If you would please pause for a minute and think about what is one question that you hold inside of you related to children and climate change. So one question, it may be something that you study, it may just be something you're curious about, but what is one question that you hold inside of you about children in a changing climate? And when you have that question, will you raise your left hand? Does anyone want to their question? We have one person share. What's the question you hold inside of you? What's the question you're holding inside of you?
Will our grandchildren make it?
Will our grandchildren make it? Did anybody else have the equivalent of that question? Something like that? Was that your exact question? Oh, cook. Is there hope? Is there hope? Yeah. What an important moment to open this on, of just how terrifying of a moment we are in. But also I love that you brought this word hope into this room too, which I think those two things are not in opposition, right? That we're searching for these things. So thank you. And we're going to carry this thread of questions through today. And so, for over a decade of my life, one of the most profound honors of my life has been that I've had the chance to learn from children who survived Hurricane Katrina. And so my co-author Alice Fothergill and I spent over to almost a decade tracing the recovery trajectories of children, all of whom were displaced for some period of time after Hurricane Katrina. Following that work, I listened to the stories of children whose lives have been upended by earthquakes, wildfires, tornadoes, and myriad other disasters. And so when people ask me what I do, a lot of times I know people lead with their role or their position in the world, but actually what I do in the world is the greatest honor of my life, which is I get to listen to children and to listen to their stories. And so I'm going to tell you a story right now that's actually rooted in a question that people who study children in disasters oftentimes ask, which is how, in the context of Katrina, but across many disasters, how was child health and well-being threatened in Katrina? And so in response to that question, a story that I'd like to share with you, and listen for those threats to child health and well-being. So Katrina made landfall on August 29, 2005, 20 years ago this fall. And on that morning of August 29, 2005, a boy who I'll call Daniel, who was 11 years old, young African-American boy living in the heart of New Orleans, with his mother and his baby sister, woke up that morning, and they thought, like many other New Orleanians, that they had dodged a bullet, that the storm had passed and they were going to be okay. But then, of course, as we all know, those levees gave way, and the city started to fill and fill and fill with water. Daniel was one of hundreds of thousands of children whose life was absolutely upended by that storm. He and his family ended up in the Superdome. They were forcibly evacuated from the Superdome. They were placed on a bus. They ended up in a church shelter in Baton Rouge, where they ended up being the last family to leave that church shelter. And then for the decade that followed, they bounced from FEMA trailer to hotel to temporary housing to various moments of homelessness and to other states and places of disarray in their lives. Through it all, Daniel moved 11 times in 7 years, and with each move came a rupture of relationships with supportive adults, with teachers, with peers, and with others who he had developed community with. Over those 7 years, Daniel missed nearly 2 full years of school because he was moving so often, because they were in and out of housing, in and out of neighborhoods, in and out of different school contexts that were more or less welcoming. Daniel struggled with mental health, he struggled with his physical health, and in the end, Daniel, by the blink of an eye, ended up graduating high school, but everything that followed after that was difficult in terms of its economic, social conditions. That's one story. Here's another question and another story. How did children demonstrate ingenuity, strength, and capacity in Katrina? August 29, 2005. There's a little boy in the heart of New Orleans named Daniel, 11 years old. That morning, he and his mom and his baby sister woke up. They thought they dodged a bullet. The hurricane had passed, but then the city started to flood with water as the levees gave way. Daniel's mom could not swim. His baby sister was an infant. Daniel was the one who woke up that morning as they watched the waters begin to rise, and he said, "Mom, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to take a bed sheet, I'm going to tie it around you, and Anastasia is going to go on your chest. I'm going to hold on to you, and I'm going to help you through the water." Over the next 7 days, as they were trapped in the Superdome with tens of thousands of other survivors, Daniel did not leave his mother's side. As they were placed on that bus and moved to Baton Rouge, he did not leave his mother and his baby sister's side. Daniel got his first job when he was 14 years old, and he told us that he got that job because he wanted to earn money so he could buy his baby sister Christmas presents, something that he hadn't had as a child, and he wanted to make sure that his sister always had Christmas presents. Same child, same story of Katrina, radically different questions. And so today, the premise of what I want to talk to you about, and what I think is at the heart of this magical experiment that you all are all part of, called Rising Voices, Changing Coasts, is this: that we must always remember that the questions that we ask ultimately determine the stories that we tell about people, about places, and about social and environmental processes and problems. And so this is critical that we never lose sight of this, because I think that all of you agree, because of the ethical commitments that are at the center of RVCC, that we have not just an intellectual responsibility to question our questions, we also have an ethical and a moral responsibility to reflect deeply on the questions that we're asking. And why do I know this to be true? Because research questions matter. How many of you in here teach methods to undergrads, or are a grad student? So Jennifer does, you teach methods. So one of the things that professors who teach research methods are known for saying is something along these lines, that in science, our research questions matter so much. Everything we do in research matters. Every action we take or don't take matters. But our research questions perhaps are the most important of all, because they, like Polaris, are like an anchor in the sky. That the North Star has been used for millennia to help people to navigate and to ultimately find their way, because it appears stationary, even though it's not. It appears stationary in the night sky, so it is like a guide. Similarly, in our research questions are our guide, and they matter because once they are established and once they're clarified, it's our research questions that provide focus and clarity in our study. What's in and what's out? What are we studying and what are we not studying? So they define the scope of our inquiry. They also influence our methodology. The questions we ask may demand that we collect qualitative data, quantitative data, or some mix of both. They also determine, in the end, what we do and do not learn about people and places and processes. And that's why questioning our questions is so critically important. And so this is what I'm going to keep returning to today, is this idea that these questions that we ask, they ultimately determine the stories that we tell. And so returning to those two questions, if we would have only asked one of those questions, the information that we would have gathered, the findings that we would have reported would have been incomplete. But when we couple those questions together, those allowed us to tell a more holistic story about the children who we were studying. And as I'm going to talk about today, that first question, what disasters and climate change do to children's health and well-being, that question has been asked much more frequently and for decades longer than the latter question. But now many more people are also making sure, and as we heard Helen talk about last night, that we're doing both and, that we're looking at how are children specifically vulnerable and at risk to climate change and environmental extremes, but also what strengths and capacities do they bring to the fore. Now, I want to spend a minute. I've used the word stories several times already in this talk, and one thing that I want to emphasize for the what I call the capital S scientists in the room, Tim, I'm looking at you, the capital S scientists, the physical scientists, the engineers, that I know a lot of times when they hear stories, what they hear is, oh, not this guy, but the other ones. They may hear, oh, the qualitative stuff, that's the in-depth interviews, that's what the social and behavioral scientists do over there. We're over here with our empirical, hardcore, quantitative research. But here's what I want to say, is that numbers also tell stories. Numbers also tell stories. And I want to bring us back to Helen. Who was here for Helen's talk last night? Yeah. If you missed it, find her at the break and ask for the Cliff Notes version because it was brilliant. Helen told a story with numbers last night about Indigenous health and well-being. And one of the things I was thinking about as Helen was talking, she could have used that quantitative data to tell a story of distress and depression and deprivation. That was not the story that she told. It wasn't that she ignored that there is depression and deprivation, but she also used that data to tell a holistic story about culture and connection to place. And it was beautiful because she started with a holistic set of questions. And so remember, the stories we tell them with numbers, we tell them with words, and we tell them with images. And they are perhaps the most powerful thing we do because we know that people are drawn to numbers. What people remember are stories. So what do we know about children in disasters? So Jennifer and Dr. Wildcat, again, thank you for asking me to talk about this. So it's been almost a decade now, but right now in the process of updating this, about nearly 10 years ago, myself and some colleagues were invited to assess the state of the children in disasters literature for the second edition of Handbook on Disaster Research. And it's worth noting that in the first edition of this handbook, children were not included. There was not a chapter on children in disasters research, but the leaders of this handbook, they said, there's been enough research in this area, we want to include a chapter on this in the second iteration, and they're going to include a chapter in the third iteration. And so what we did in this chapter was really threefold. That we wanted to understand how is children in disaster research in the social and behavioral sciences specifically, how has it evolved over time? What are the major trends in theory, methods, and research? And also, what are future directions in this area? And so we did a literature search on this. We used Web of Science and social science abstracts. We used over 20 analytic categories to organize the research. And here's what we found. And so over time, what this is showing from 1940 up to 2016, when we stopped the search and began working on the chapter, but we're updating it now for the new chapter, we found a total of 1,657 publications published between 1945, and a fun fact, one of the first papers we could find was actually published by Anna Freud, the daughter of Sigmund Freud, looking at how children were affected in disasters in the World War II period. And so we found over 1,657 publications up to 2016, and as you can see, nearly half of them occurred in the decade starting in 2010, and we expect this trend is going to continue. And so most of the available research, it really focused on the impact of natural hazards, so big events, Hurricane Hugo, Katrina, Andrew, the Haiti earthquake, and other large-scale catastrophes like 9/11, the BP oil spill. And most of this research was cross-sectional, so it was only looking at children at one point in time and not looking longitudinally at how disasters unfold in the life course, which we identified as a big gap. And so this shows the six major waves of research, which I don't know if it looks a little dark for me, so I'm sorry if it looks a little dark for you, but I'll walk through each one of these waves. So in short, what these waves show is that the first one shows the first wave of research really began by looking at children's psychological reactions to disaster. That moved into research on physical health outcomes, followed by research on social vulnerability and socio-demographic characteristics, followed by research on risk and recovery, research on resilience and strengths and capacities, and finally the sixth wave really focused on voices, perspectives, actions, and children's rights. And so a few of the things that are important to pull out about this is that these waves are overlapping. And so the start of a new wave doesn't indicate the end of an earlier wave. And so, for example, that very first wave on children's psychological and behavioral reactions, that has continued unabated, and we have lots of research in that area. Also, every time a new wave began, we started to see new disciplines, new questions, new methods, and new theoretical orientations coming in. And also, even though much of the early work was on the emergency response phase, we've started to see more and more work that crosses the disaster life cycle, moving from not just impacts and emergency response to recovery, prevention and mitigation, and preparedness. And so in these different waves of research, here's the 6 different waves. And so I want you all to go back to the question that you were holding inside of you when you were thinking about a question on children and disasters. And a question to you again is, do you think your question fits in one of these waves? Or do you think that I saw you nodding in the back. What was your question? With the red glasses, with the Haskell Foundation?
Well, I was just wondering what my children would be facing in the future.
Right, so related to physical health, mental health, the changing trends and patterns with our environment, exactly. And so this, I'm just gonna move through this, but what this is, and I'll leave the slides with all of you, is that this essentially summarizes what we've learned in each of these areas. And so, for example, that we know that psychological and behavioral reactions, they're shaped by children's age and stage of development, that exposure, where the places where children live, go to school, play, that may subject them to increased risk of death and injury. We've learned a lot about that over the years. We've learned a lot about historical, economic, and social root causes of disaster. That's really the social vulnerability paradigm. It's not making children vulnerable actors, but it's talking about those root causes. Children in broader socio-ecological contexts, again, Helen was talking about that a lot last night with the social determinants of health model, and how children are not these sort of individual agents, that they're embedded in families, in schools, in neighborhoods, in communities, and in societies that they're deeply entangled in, that shape their health and well-being. And then again, these last 2 waves that I really want to draw your attention to, these are the newest waves that have really said, yes, it is true that children are uniquely vulnerable in disasters, but we have also largely overlooked their strengths, their capacities, their own knowledge that could be tapped in the context of disaster risk reduction. And so these last 2 areas are really the most recent waves that have brought a much more holistic perspective of children and youth and their possibilities. And so a few things about climate change that I think rooted to these initial questions that were asked. So Save the Children and UNICEF have really been on the leading edge and sort of globally of drawing attention to the threats of climate change for children. some of this work that you know of. In the United States and around the world, children's lives are under threat due to climate change. About 1 billion of the world's children, which is nearly half of the 2.2 billion children on this planet, live in countries at the very highest risk of suffering the greatest impacts of the climate crisis. But we know that every child will inherit a planet with more frequent extreme weather events than ever before. And so that's why I'm so grateful that RVCC has continued to shine a light on children. Children make up a quarter of our population in the United States. In some of the most at-risk countries in the world, children make up a near majority or even a majority of the population in some of these most at-risk countries. But children remain largely overlooked. They oftentimes are not at the table. They don't have a voice when decisions are being made about their lives and their livelihoods. And so this focus of RVCC and continuing to shed a light on children is critically important. UNICEF has been leading this Global Children's Risk Index, and given that the focus of this year's symposium is on water, it's all about water. And there's either too much or too little. Some key points here: 920 million children are exposed to water scarcity globally. 240 million children are highly exposed to coastal flooding, 330 million children to riverine flooding, 400 million children to cyclones, 820 million children to heat waves, and all of these associated issues. And one thing I want to pause on, when we put up numbers like this on a screen, when scientists do this or activists, I understand that there is a risk that numbers like this can just become sort of either a gray statistical blur that you can't even, what does that even mean that 1 billion children? And many of these children are facing cascading, compounding effects of multiple natural hazard events like this. It either risks becoming a gray statistical blur or descending into hopelessness, that there's this feeling that nothing can be done. And so that's why I think it is so important when we, as scientific and community partners, are sharing information like this, that we always make sure that we couple this. This is the reality of what we're facing. What can we do about this? And you all are doing something about this and never losing sight of that, and that's where I'm going to take us today. So I just want to point out too that the Environmental Protection Agency in 2023 here in the United States led a groundbreaking report on children and climate change. It was the first of its type in our nation, and it is still available online. And so one of the things I think is critically important when we talk about climate change is that too much, I think we talk about as if it's a future event. This will affect future generations of children, when we need to ensure that we're talking about this in the present tense, that we know that right now these environmental extremes are impacting children's physical health and emotional well-being. They are disrupting their relationships, their schooling, their connection to culture and community, and of course these impacts are unevenly experienced with Black, Indigenous, Latino, and other children of color, as well as low-income children experiencing and being hurt first and worse by these environmental burdens. And so what do we do about this? We know that oftentimes sort of the answer is that if we're going to prevent and minimize the effects of climate change, that what do we need? We both need more evidence. There's always a call for more evidence. That EPA report on children and climate change, so much of it is about also what we don't know, because children haven't been a focus of enough attention in this area. And so we both need more systematic evidence to inform our decision making, but we also, there is no time to waste. The time is now. And so we need urgent action. And so sometimes this works together. Sometimes this is in conflict, because we know that science is slow, it's methodical, it's dependent on funding, there's fits and starts and issues with getting things off the ground. And then there's this need to literally take to the streets to advocate for the change that we need right now. And so I think that a path forward with this is this participatory convergence that Jennifer Santos and I have been talking about, and that I want to bring in here today, because I actually think that RVCC is already doing this. And so what I would like to end with today is a description of what this is, why I think you are doing it, and why I hope that you will change your tagline from saying, you know, your one sentence. Dr. Wildcat even said it beautifully out there this morning about what RVCC is about. You call yourselves a convergence hub. I hope you're going to start calling yourselves a participatory convergence hub, and here's why. Okay, so what is participatory convergence? So it is an approach that emphasizes the values and commitments of participatory research, deeply community embedded and grounded, with convergence research, which is problem-focused, solutions-based, and interdisciplinary. And so participatory convergence marries those two things, participatory research and convergence research. And it includes listening to multiple voices to learn and understand the scope of a problem, an urgent, pressing problem, while also working together across discipline boundaries and in partnership, deep partnership with communities to develop equitable, multifaceted solutions. So that's our definition of participatory convergence. Now, to put that in context, there have really been 3 eras of convergence research. Oh, Dr. Wildcat, I'm glad you're here because I'm making an addendum to the RVCC, a proposed addendum that you're going to hear right now. Okay, so the first era, what really started in the late 1990s to the early 2000s forward, this is what I call the first era of convergence research. This is when the National Academies of Sciences, Engineering and Medicine, the National Science Foundation, they started investing heavily in this new approach to doing research that they called convergent science. And in the late 1990s and early 2000s, they published these foundational reports on what is convergence, what are the key principles, and these really boiling down, these were the 3 key principles. It's problem focused, so you've got to identify your problem space, characterize it, and then you've got to develop a solution, and it's deeply interdisciplinary. Those were the 3 major components. What we know, however, about that early era of convergence research was that the social sciences and humanities, they were largely under-tapped resources for convergence efforts. So most of these early convergence efforts were led by physical scientists, computer scientists, engineers, and others at the exclusion of social and behavioral sciences and people in the humanities. But what we know is that this was a huge gap in knowledge because the grand challenges that are of most pressing concern, they are at their core moral, ethical, social, and political problems that require the expertise of those skilled in the study of culture, history, policy, finance, and human behavior. That's what you have done in RVCC. So that brings me to the second era. So I sort of start this around 2016, and the reason I use that era is because that's when the National Science Foundation, is one of our nation's premier scientific agencies, identified convergence and convergent science as one of its 10 big ideas. And as the NSF or any big foundation will do, when they identify something as a big idea, they put money behind it. And they put money behind it. And Rising Voices has, of course, been around for a very long time and has garnered an incredible amount of respect and trust in communities across this nation and globally. And RVCC was funded under this next great era. Now, I think and hope that we are now moving into a third era from about 2022 onward, and why I use that as the starting point is Anais Roque, who is also Puerto Rican. That is when she and her colleagues published a foundational paper where they, for the first time, named participatory convergence. And over the years, as convergent researchers will do, Anais and Laura Castro-Diaz and many others of us working in this space where we're trying to marry participatory methods and community-based approaches with convergent science have been working to move this idea of participatory convergence forward. And so looking at participatory convergence graphically and marrying convergent science with participatory convergence, this is the graphic that we've come up around this. So traditional, what we call that first era, second era of convergence research, it's, again, problem-focused, research-oriented, solutions-based, and action-oriented. And it is, of course, significant, it's substantial, it's deep integrated research. That is convergent science. But here's the issue, my friends, with so much of the early waves of convergent science. It was literally researchers in a laboratory behind computer screens who were defining what the problem is, and then they were also, again, working across disciplinary boundaries, developing the solution, but absent of the community context, and absent of the people who they were hoping were going to update the solution. And so what does participatory convergence, how does it marry these perspectives? So participatory convergence is also research, solutions-based, significant, deeply integrated, but it brings in all the best principles of community engagement, action and reflection on behalf of the researchers, community partners, and others who are engaged in the project, deep exploration of everything from how does your positionality affect the work that you do to those connections, who's in the room, who's not in the room. And then also that it never loses sight of that this is about equitable and just solutions. And I would argue we cannot develop equitable and just solutions in a laboratory, as you all well know, that we must do this in the context of community and in the context of people who are being most affected by the problems under study. So equitable and just, and also it brings in this idea of sustainability. That is, we also know how often has trust been broken because a problem has been studied or a solution has been introduced, but there was no plan for the sustainability of that intervention. And so this is what participatory convergence is trying to bring to the fore. And RVCC, you are, whether you called yourself this or not, this is what, when I look at the incredible, extraordinary work that you are doing, this is what you are doing. You are the model for other researchers who are trying to follow in your path and to try to understand how do we do both, and how do we do this in a way that honors those deep webs of connections between all of us, that honors the importance of the science, but also of the wisdom and the deep ways of knowing that we heard about this morning. And so just to bring us to a close, we know that societal transformation, and sociologists who have studied this for a long, long time know and recognize that it requires scientific innovations that are received, understood, and implemented by researchers, practitioners, and policymakers, and most importantly, the people and communities who are most impacted by the problems. And so to bring this full circle to the children who we care about, that how would we think that we can understand problems or develop solutions without centering them and their needs and their voices? And so thank you for centering them. Thank you for the incredible work that all of you do, and thank you for letting me be on this stage today. And just to bring this to a close, I just want to say that I hope that we can all tell a new story about how we do science and action and how we do it together. And I cannot wait to continue to learn from all of you, because you are in so many ways and have been my North Star in thinking about so much of what I think about. So thank you to all of you, and I can't wait to spend the day with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lori Peak. That was, wow. I need the copy of these slides. Brendan. Okay, that was amazing. Oh my gosh, thank you so much for kicking off our second annual Symposium on Children's Health and Climate Change. Yeah, wow. I'm gonna have to digest that. I especially enjoyed what you said, Lori, about basically adult supremacy is, as one of the catalysts for the situation. So adult supremacy, if you haven't used that term. So next we have a wonderful panel with Brett Rainey, who is a local member also of the Iowa tribe. We work together on the Indigenous Food Systems local group that's looking at action planning around how to support Indigenous vendors and chefs and others in the culinary arts, including gardening and cooking. So Brett's amazing. I actually met him back at Haskell. He was doing stuff with Indigenous food then. And so we've invited him to come lead the food sovereignty panel. And we have a selection of fantastic panelists, including Amy June Griezmann, who's also local, Melinda Lewis, and Melinda Williamson and Melissa Lewis joining us today. So I'm inviting them onto the stage. Thank you.
Appreciating getting to start with that fire and everybody who offered songs with us for us this morning, and always just so good to be in the presence of this group, and always grateful for Dr. Wildcat and everything that you do to bring us together in the ways you have, going back to when I got to be in classes with. He was my first professor here at Haskell. It started to be a few years ago now. But yeah, so always just grateful to see the way that the work continues to grow and build, and the way that web gets expanded and continues to be interconnected, and seeing people from other places, from further north, just my friend Kyle out here, and others. So I think just to start just framing this conversation, I really just want to go back to that fire this morning, and just thinking about fire in my community in the Iowa Reservation, about an hour and a half, 45 minutes north of here if you're in a car. If you want to go a different route, you kind of, I guess, go out of Haskell, go to downtown, drop down in the Kansas River, go downstream about 50 miles, hang a left once you hit the Missouri River, maybe 80 miles or so upstream, and then you'd be there at White Cloud. It takes a little longer. I haven't done that yet, but maybe we can do that next week. And so just thinking about how we support children's health, and maybe more so how we support conditions that their health can thrive. Going back just a week and a half ago, we, in our community, one of our esteemed elders who brought our powwow back to us 50 or so years ago, who kept our corn seed for us, who taught me how to pick milkweed, who did, on and on and on, ways that he held our community together. He brought a lot of these things forward for us, not just the material things like corn and our powwow and our plants and our squash, but ways that he just taught people how to be good, and just seeing that the way that once he passed up on the reservation, within an hour, his grandsons were out starting that fire frame, and kept it with a few of us for the course of the next 4 days or so. And just through all that, just seeing how his family came together, and they knew what to do. They knew what to do because Pete had created those conditions, had created those opportunities for them as young people to know how to step into those roles and take care of him and his spirit the best they could while he was making that 4-day journey, but then also being able to continue that going forward. And so I just think about that foundation that we have when we're thinking about how do we support the health of our young people, and knowing that it's really our elders, it's really all of us in this room that are actively all day, every day, in ways that we do our work, as Dr. Wildcat said this morning, the how we do our work, not just the what we do, and how we're really creating these conditions best we can within these systems that we're forced to live among, to really make it where young people can know what to do, make sure they know how to step into these roles, make sure they can have a livable future and make sure they can be living in joy and doing all the things that we want for our young people. And so I think that just really, that fire just kind of took me back to that place, and knowing that the people that we're going to talk with today, they're from today, they're all doing that in their own ways, in their communities. They're all working in our food systems in different ways, from farming to running food sovereignty programs to, advocating for rights to gather foods in our traditional homelands. And so I'm just really honored to get to spend a little time with these folks up here today, and Melissa behind us on the screen, just so you can hear a little bit from them about what they're up to in the world. And so I've invited them just to introduce themselves with this prompt of also, in addition to introductions, just thinking, what in the future, what will the history books say about the work that they do? And so I think with that, I'll just kind of maybe pass it down to Amy June and kick us off.
Thanks. Good morning, everybody. My name is Amy June. I use she, her pronouns. I belong to the Eastern Shawnee Tribe of Oklahoma. I've lived in Lawrence here about 3 years, and I was raised on the East Coast, actually, between DC and sort of Philly. It's an honor to be here today. I've never even been in the auditorium here. What a beautiful space for us to gather in. So thanks so much to everybody that made this event happen. What will the textbooks say about the work that I get to do? I'm a farmer and a seed keeper for the past few years. Our project is called Good Way Farm, and we farm about a ½ acre of seed crops and produce out on the incubator farm space through the Common Ground program here. And when I was thinking about the prompt this morning, I had a little bit of a hard time thinking about the context of work that we do appearing in a textbook and being sort of like supported by the academy in this way. We think and talk a lot about hello. We think and talk a lot about like popular education methods and the way that the work that we do needs to be increasingly accessible. And there's sort of this bridging maybe that needs to happen between farming and seed keeping being seen as unskilled labor, which I would strongly disagree with, and then sort of the research and scientific side of crop breeding and seed keeping being brought out of sort of the ivory tower and back into the hands of people where it has been for thousands of years before institutions, right? So we were sort of joking around this morning, Shelby and my partner and I, who I farm with, KT in the back, thank you for joining. We were like, maybe it appears in a zine. And maybe, this is sort of like the self-published, sort of really accessible type of media that this work would appear in. And when I think about what I would like it to say, I think I would like it to be sort of an example, not even an early example, we're taking notes from our ancestors, but one example of how to democratize food systems and how to make them less capital driven and more people driven and culturally driven. So that's what I hope the future will look back on our project and say.
Melissa, are you ready to roll?
Oh no, we can't hear you.
Hang on a second, we don't have your audio. Yeah, or maybe we just have Melinda, are you ready? Okay. Melissa, while they're figuring that out. Okay, well, if it's okay, we'll just ask. It's okay.
We're gonna try something. Melissa, I'm going to hold the mic.
mine's short and sweet, so that's kind of mine right now.
Yeah, well, thanks everybody for kind of setting the stage, give us a little bit of just kind of context where we all are coming from. And now we'll just kind of jump into a kind of the next layer of questions, and my phone's probably not going to die. This is one of those, like, maybe I should have written this down just in case it does, but I'm at 6%. I think I'm good. Maybe I'm 5%. Yeah, and so, I haven't been to your farm, actually, which is surprising, but we'll work on that. And I think just the way that we talked about, reframes, my question on textbooks, transforming to zines, knowing, which, completely appreciate that, and just thinking about, I know you're so deeply thinking about systems and change in ways, and through your work with seeds, through your community, and knowing that it's also really grounded in climate migration in both, in many ways. Stuff with Dan Wildcat, we talk about cultural climate shifts as much as ecological climate shifts, and how they're not necessarily separate, right? It's kind of all part of this larger shift that's happening that we, as Indigenous peoples, have endured and thrived through in many ways. And so knowing that's kind of part of your grounding, in how you talk about that, can you share some of how that takes form in your farming practices, and then some of the partnerships that you have too?
It's a long reach. Yeah, I appreciate the question. Goodway Farm has evolved from being in a really thriving sort of like cultural farming community in Philadelphia to moving here, not really knowing folks and not knowing what the population is here. Obviously, massive intertribal community here, which we're so lucky to be a part of. But I also wanted to know who are the other folks who are migrating here and for what reasons, and how can we be in solidarity and support with different folks who are coming here coming to Lawrence or Kansas for different reasons. So with our farming practices, we try to focus heavily on not just sort of things that you want to eat, but things that maybe you haven't seen in a while or that you want to be reacquainted with. So we do, when we're able, we collect wild ecotype of prairie seeds and give those out for different restoration projects at like the postcard stamp size, folks' yards and things. Hopefully to like introduce people to the concepts of like cold stratification and scarification and these other sort of like different tending needs that different prairie plants need, that then can grow and be food and medicine that can be reintroduced to people's diets. But when we grow annual seed crops in particular, we do try to focus on not watering past them getting established. So we're trying to adapt seeds year over year to this particular pretty harsh climate in Lawrence. And we had a really forgiving spring, but each year those seeds carry the memory of the season before. So as we replant these things year over year, the concept is that we're growing locally adapted, dry adapted food crops for our community here. And typically, last few years, we've been able to produce maybe like 100 seed kits is the model that we use because we do this in our spare time. So we're not like running a full-time seed shop, but you can come to us, you can request a seed kit that can have anywhere from 15 to 25 varieties. You can have them for free. We do free local delivery and pickup. We have waivers if it needs to be mailed somewhere, but most of it comes to like, Nebraska, Kansas, Oklahoma. So we're really trying to focus on working with the climate as it changes here. And to the question of sort of climate and then climate migration, with all of the changes that have taken place, in particular since the election, we had an opportunity, we had a small grant to pilot a free food box program this past year, about $4,000, which you can do a lot with. And we wanted to choose the right scale to work with. We know that, if we're going out between like 4 and 7 p.m. every day, that's not like nothing. It's actually incredibly difficult to do throughout the summer, but it's also not full-time, farm CSA scale that you usually see. So we wanted to identify a partner to work with that had a community of between 5 and 10 families that we could try to feed each week as much as possible throughout the growing season. So because of the political climate that we're in, we wanted to identify indigenous people from around the world that we could be in solidarity with. And we found one local grassroots organization that works through the Ballard Center. They're called Somos Lawrence, and they work with folks who are coming from the global south, particularly Latin America, and the families that we were able to feed this year are primarily coming from a southern Mexican context. These aren't folks that we know the names of. We really try to protect identity, and it's not our business why they want a food box if they need it. There's no verification process for this, but this was the right scale and a community that we wanted to support and be in solidarity with. So that's who we were partnered with this year. It went really, really well and sort of ballooned into this, not quite collectivized, but like that's sort of the dream, where other folks saw that we were giving away food because we had extra, and they were inspired to also give what they had extra. So these food boxes grew, we had other folks contributing, and we hope to grow this into a network where we can actually really model what a hyper-local food system can look like that doesn't cost anybody any money and is based on sort of voluntary association and giving.
Yeah, and I was really just appreciate being able to go to the Dia de los Muertos event the other day and see the marigolds that you all had grown, and just hear a little bit of the story that you and Casey shared about the varieties you use, and just thinking about how they would be ready that time of year, just as they were needed for that community for their celebrations. And I think that's just another, to me, like those collaborations that you're going towards is really thinking about how do we enact the values and ethics of our ancestors, of our people. And it is reaching out and being in solidarity with other communities who are also impacted by the same systems that we are. So especially right now, how can we support migrant immigrant communities that are from what's now that colonial border, because they need support right now. They're under threat in many ways, all day, every day, and increasingly so. And just really appreciated that additional layer that you're adding out to honor your people and your work by extending that and offering that support. Thank you. It was a beautiful event. It was just like so psyched to see that you were part of that and to eat those tamales.
Really good.
It's feeling good about the fajita ones.
Yeah.
It's feeling good about that. so you want to pass to Melissa now. It's kind of a similar. Yes, Alex. Yes. To your question, Melissa's next. And just a second, how are we protecting our people? How are we protecting our land? How are we protecting our neighbors? And Melissa, I think if you're ready to go, and you talked about in your work about how protection and perpetuation of our natural world is critical to intergenerational knowledge sharing. Could you share more about that and how that might have been showing up lately in your work? Thank you for that answer. And yes, again, that theme of protection and of needing to protect, yourselves and those elders when they were out there from the systems like the Forest Service, or in that case, the Park Service, so that we can continue to have access to these foods. And how foods, in indigenous contexts, this is a little bit different in most ways of thinking about food production in the Midwest, is that it's not always these things that are observable as agriculture. Sometimes it is, sometimes it is less visible as so, but it's not doesn't mean that we're not actively taking care of these places, or not actively, burning the berry bushes, or not actively, making sure, the intertidal zones in the Camas, or in the Pacific Northwest for the clam gardens, these are all these food producing areas that have actively been stewarded forever. And just really blurring that line that we often do in indigenous communities between what is food production, what is active cultivation, and what is land stewardship that is ultimately often for food production, and often not just for ourselves as humans, right? Often for our other relatives, making sure that everyone and everything can thrive in these systems. And I know that's something that, Melinda, you have a background in ecology, and my understanding is that was kind of part of your entry point into your work in food sovereignty, is that foundational, I think even here at Haskell, to some degree, having that ecological background, that full systems understanding, the entrepreneurial layer that you're now able to take into your role in your community. And so just thinking about some of those different intersections and the backgrounds you come from, how do those things inform your work as you're building out your food sovereignty program? And especially, what is that role of protecting traditional ecological knowledge in your work too?
I think when I first saw the position, this position posted, I was sitting here thinking about what exactly does food sovereignty mean, and as I was kind of looking into and exploring all of the nuances of, it's not just food production, it's not just we're going to be growing food for ourselves, it's looking at land stewardship and our soil health, our water health, and so what I wanted to do when I started in the position was create a narrative within the community from the beginning that this isn't just a singular us producing food for ourselves. It's more than that. And I think another part of it was it really coming from the community. I've been in different positions within the tribe, and I used to run our traditional foods program several years ago. And when I was doing that work, we had community gardens, and we had all of these things put into place for the community. But when it came to working on the land, they wanted us in our department to do all of the work, and so I wanted to approach this position where it's not going to just be coming from work, our department producing the food. I wanted to start thinking about what can we as a community do together. So I guess I worked with our language department to try to come up with a name for our department, and what we came up with was Dubman Mitsuman, and basically that means we are all working together to help each other. And so basically I have been going out into the community, talking with elders, talking with programs, what are the needs of our community so that we can build something that works for everybody. I think going back to my background in ecology, I feel like and I used to, I was a grassland ecologist, and I studied soil and microbial communities mostly in grasslands, and so that was one of the first things, is like, what's our soil health looking like? Like, how can we make sure that we're growing the best foods, the healthiest? How can we start thinking about how our land is being managed? We have a lot of health issues because we live in a rural area and we have a power plant that's 30 miles away. We have that, we're getting a lot of fat pollution. We have crop dusters coming down through the communities, like, putting pesticides and things into the air and on the ground. And so that's another level of food sovereignty, is how can we start to manage our own lands and make kind of work to create a plan, I guess, for anyone who's going to be working and leasing land and things like that, to start helping with that soil development, helping with cleaning up our water supplies. We have a lot of drought. We have a lot of erosion in our creeks. And so another thing is like agroforestry and food, what am I saying? Food forests. Food forests. And creating these little pockets of space where we're not only, where we're bringing back, I guess, some of our traditional foods and creating these spaces for the community that, I won't say that there's a lot of knowledge that's been lost. I feel like Prairie Band Potawatomi people in general have a lot of knowledge that we've brought down when we came to Kansas. And a lot of that stuff is being passed down, but a lot of that knowledge is staying within families. And then the people who are trying to access it don't feel comfortable to, attend certain ceremonies, or they don't think it's their place to come and sit down and, harvest corn and, things like that. So that's just another aspect. I know I'm kind of like talking all over the place, but it's just another aspect of what I'm trying to do, is bringing some of those traditions that we used to do as a community, and that have become more like family oriented, creating a public space where we can dry pumpkin. We just had a pumpkin drying workshop, and I specifically created the event where we didn't have a teacher. It was just everyone come together, we'll learn together. There was no one person saying, this is how you do this, and this is how you try this. And it's like everyone was bringing their own knowledge into the space. And I made it as like a come and go event. It was all, 6 hours or something like that. And so no one felt like, oh, I didn't get there at 8 o'clock, So that's just another part of trying to bring back those traditions and bring back that knowledge into the community, so people whose families may have lost some of that knowledge can start to develop or not develop, but relearn and start to pass that down to the next generation. And the other thing, I guess, going back to being an entrepreneur, I feel like we as Native people are like born entrepreneurs. I've had so many people who are like, oh, did you have family members that were entrepreneurs? I'm like, yeah, everybody, everybody's just, we were selling Indian tacos, we've been trading, amongst each other. And so I think it's just a natural thing for us to kind of have those outlets, or those ways. So part of our program is that we're currently building a food sovereignty building. It's 23,000 square feet. We're going to be doing our meat processing there, so cattle, bison, deer. We'll have a USDA licensed commercial kitchen for anyone who wants to do, any kind of value-added food
our food production. We'll have a classroom kitchen that seats up to 16 students, and so we can have a lot of like really cool cooking classes and things like that. And then the most exciting, at least for me, is we'll have like a little mercantile up front. So we'll be selling our own meats, we'll be selling our own produce, also bringing in other indigenous food producers and business owner, products and things like that. And so one of the things that I really, really want to encourage in our community is we have a lot of people who are currently farming or currently doing gardens, and I want them to start thinking about how can they contribute to food sovereignty. And so we're creating, if I can get this grant, but either way it's gonna happen, but I wanna create like a entrepreneur, like a development program. So anyone who might be interested in like expanding their gardens, we can help them out so where they can get to a point where they're selling to us, and it's not just, again, our program producing all the food and just kind of having people take it into their own hands. We have a lot of like people who do work with medicines, and I'd love to see teas, offered, and so that's one of the things that I'm kind of bringing into the space from at least that perspective. So, but overall, I think I feel good about what we can achieve on a reservation, and I feel like starting from the community level has been the best. We've got the best feedback, on how we're trying to build it. So, yeah.
And just one of the things I appreciate that I heard pretty consistently throughout is you're just working just to be Hawaii again. Yes, it's entrepreneurial. Yes, it's this, and like all the terms and the compartments that we've come to identify with in this world. It's like, no, we're just like doing what we do.
Yeah.
And I think that's really a key thing, and especially that community layer. And I know that we, in our work, up on the reservation, we drew inspiration from your pumpkin drying workshop. As we had our memorial garden, and Shelby and I were like, hey, like we should do this too. Are we gonna like process all this squash, just the 2 or 3 or a couple of us? And like, oh no, Melinda did that thing, and so you inspired us in that, and I think that how also with that layer of you not having like one expert at the front teaching, like no, like you know how to do these things. Everybody's got a little piece. Maybe there's 10 different ways in the room for how to do it, and that's great. Like bring them all in, and let's just see what happens. And some might be better than others, but some might use that to get that little smoke on it. But, there's still that little healthy.
Yeah, you guys did a little bit extra, but we're gonna try that next year.
Yeah, and so I think at this point we have a handful of minutes left, and just wanted to just give a moment before we go into maybe a question or two to wrap up, just to kind of bring you all in the mix and give you all an opportunity to maybe digest a little bit, think a little bit amongst yourselves. So if you'd be willing, just kind of turn to whoever's next to you. If there's just like anything that's come up for you as you're hearing it, no specific prompt, but like what are some of the things you've been hearing? And we'll just take a couple of minutes to do that, and then we'll kind of wrap up with a final thought or question.
Specifically, yes. I know a lot of the stuff Yeah. But I'm wondering, because I've never.
That's the elderberry. We take two at a time.
I mean, I actually have to say, most of my work has been like comments and
Excuse me. Yeah, I was when you mentioned the one down by thinking about the floating gardens. But yeah, that was just.
I'm curious.
I just read this book.
But a lot of it goes to
So this book was set in Minnesota. Talked about it's fiction.
Okay, let's go ahead and kind of wrap up in the next 20 seconds or so. We wrap up that last thought.
not that I'm saying that.
All right, I'm going to ask just a couple folks out there to give us a quick little, 30-second or less share out of what anybody's talking to. So who's feeling like sharing?
I really appreciated you sharing about using the funds you got from your grant to work with another organization to get food to families. I work on a community garden. We have 17 beds and 6 fruit trees that the neighborhood association grows food in the schoolyard with. And one of the challenges we've had is we don't produce very high yield, but we can at least give an experience for the kids about where food comes from, that it comes from the ground, it comes from the plant, because sometimes they've never seen a pepper on a plant. It's so disconnected from the store, however they call it, a can of tomatoes instead of tomato. So we just got a grant. I was telling them by some miracle we requested all the money we could, and they gave it to us. So it's $10,000. And I was sitting here thinking, how are we going to produce all this food? But it just kind of broke open for me that we could partner with another organization that is providing food, and then augment that with the experience of where food comes from, but then also feeding. So it just really got my mind working about how to use our resources and reach out to other organizations. So thank you for that.
Yeah, thanks for the comment. Connie doesn't know that I'm going to call her out, but Connie's in the back of the room. Hi, Connie. And Connie and other folks work with something called the Douglas County Food Policy Council. And there's also like this whole Common Ground program. Like there's so many folks. I don't know if you're based in Lawrence.
I'm in Kansas City.
Okay.
But there's plenty of
Giving Grove and like all these other organizations that you could partner with, and like I even think of the Unitarian Church in Shawnee. They have a huge program, so there's lots of folks once you start reaching out, that would probably be interested in collaborating.
Okay, one more. I'm wondering if we have any students in the audience too that had a little reflection. I'm looking at a couple places that I don't know if they're students or not, but I'm just like wondering. Okay, well, anybody else? Can we just get one more, like 30 seconds or less? Little something?
So I'm wondering, with the Lawrence program or any of these, if you have, for example, Lawrence is a research center for the Land Institute. It's been doing research on this kind of.
I used to work for them.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
So that's a huge advantage, it seems to me, and I'm wondering if we could create a system that allows that kind of interaction kind of universally through all this research. Because obviously, don't reinvent the wheel. They have 50 scientists that have been working on this for half a century. Borrow from them and share it more aggressively.
Yeah, thanks for that. Okay, one more? One more, anybody? Anything that bubbled up? What you heard? Dr. Wildcat?
Hey, well, I just have a comment. And one of the themes I heard is how we really all need to have each other's back, to be working together, to be in solidarity. And so I want everyone to know, okay, on the screen, on the stage, I'm sorry, you're part of the RBCC family now. So there's no escaping it, okay? And so we'll talk about how, we support each other, move our work forward. Chad, I'm sure, might say something about the food work they do at Hui Aloha Kiholo later today, but I think I want you to know that, food is like, it connects us all. It reminds us how we are all related. So I just wanted to make that comment. I heard that thing, people expressing, we got to have each other's back. We got to be working together. And so I just wanted to let you know, welcome to the RBCC family. We're glad to have you.
Just give a last shout out to our presenters. Melissa, thank you for joining us from Tahlequah. Belinda coming all the way from Prairie Band today, back to Haskell. Always good to have you in town. Happy to see you around here more in the Navy June, or down the road, and up the street, down the road, over and out. And I think just to do a full circle back to that fire from the beginning, and thinking about those young people up on our reservation that knew exactly, more or less, what to do once their grandpa had passed. And so what then is our role, what is our responsibility as slightly older than them people right now, to create that path for them so that they know how to lead themselves to that fire when they need to. And they have that wherewithal and that heart that is needed to do that. And how can you support them in that going forward? I think that's with that. Just appreciate this moment with you all, and we'll look forward to hearing this next crew coming up.
Some seed packets out at the tables as well, so feel free to take seeds. I still need to do that, so give me a couple minutes, but if you're around today, please take seeds with you.
Thank you guys so much. Oh my goodness. As I mentioned, Brett and I work together on a local Indigenous food systems group, and we have an event on November 22nd here in town at the fairgrounds where we'll be working with food directly, and children are invited. We're going to have children's activities and involvement in that. So I'm very excited about that. November 22nd. There are flyers about that on the table as well. Sorry, just getting a phone call right now. So just a reminder that breaks are on your own. We have a very full day of events, so don't feel awkward stepping out if you need to use the restroom, get a bio break, step outside. The fire is still going. I hear from Dr. Deborah. There are other merch and flyers on the table as well. Please take those bookmarks. There are bookmarks, printed programs, brochures about the RVCC project. Just take anything that's printed on that table if you're interested. A little side note about the bookmarks is on one side is a seismic wave, a P or S wave that's graphed, and then on the other side is actually an EKG or a heartbeat wave. And so I thought kind of bringing together the earth sciences and health. So just a little, I call those Easter eggs if you like to know what you're looking at. So just a heads up about those bookmarks. We do have lunch coming up. It sounds like Jason has set up just a little bit early, so if now is the time you'd like to take a break or any time during this panel, it will continue to be served through 1 o'clock, so just at your leisure, feel free to go grab that. We have vegetable and fruit trays and some breakfasty kinds of things still out. So yeah, breaks are on your own. I want to thank, speaking of having everything set up, I want to thank the wonderful students that are hard at work right now, running around setting things up. I want to thank Stephanie specifically for helping clean up from yesterday and brought over some tea from the math department. And so that tea is out there. And also Dr. Deborah for corralling the students and setting things up. You're amazing. Thank you to Brendan and Brandon for making the impossible happen with the system in this old building. This is great. The next panel that we have coming up is with Dr. Kyle Hill. And just to, feel free to clap, yes. So he'll make his way up here with his wonderful panelists. And just a reminder, as you're holding the microphone, just like a little bit of little 101. Hold it like you're pointing it at your epiglottis, you know, that thing in the back of your throat. That's how you hold the microphone. Very relaxed today. We're taking a couple of minutes to kind of get settled. A reminder too, if you have any questions, please feel free to tap me or any of our teammates. We have these name tags. And yeah, it's just giving ourselves a minute or two.
Save my eyes. I had to get. Yay! Eyeball savers. Alright, so just to kind of review, we're each gonna Huh? Yeah. Does he play video games too? Okay. I could see her right there, or she was like going. There she is. Bonjour, everybody. Bonjour and Dinway Magandug, Managui Sensition Cause, Makondu and Mikanakuachu and Kanduchaba. My name is Kyle Hill. I'm enrolled in the Turtle Mountain Band of Chippewa or Ojibwe, Barrett Clan, and just really happy to be here with you today. On my dad's side, we're from Siston-Lopton and Cheyenne River Sioux tribes. And just really grateful being asked to moderate or chair this panel. I live on our ancestral homelands as the Dakota people in Amijiska Otue, which is St. Paul, Minnesota. So really blessed to be in our ancestral home. I work at the University of Minnesota as an assistant professor in the Division of Environmental Health Sciences at the School of Public Health. Much of my work is kind of operates at the intersection of climate change and Indigenous peoples' health and well-being, particularly mental health, and specifically around how we acknowledge or how we utilize our traditional ecological knowledges and practices to support our health and well-being, but also kind of revitalize that kinship with our territories, our homelands, and our sense of place and belonging to place. Today's panel, just to give you a brief overview, I'm going to share just a couple minutes about my work and what I'm up to. And then I'm going to hand it off to our panelists, Dr. Helen Russet, Dr. Melinda Adams, and Dr. Steve Lerner. He's very grateful to sit with such accomplished Indigenous scholars and non-Indigenous allies, Dr. Lerner, and just blessed to be here today with you all. Last year was my first time here. I gave a presentation, and my sister played basketball here, probably back in the 90s, so it's just really, really awesome. You know, I think last year, the sense that there's been so much of our community and our peoples that have walked these halls gave this, I get to just this tremendous sense of pride and joy being here, and just appreciate you welcoming me to, the homelands of, so many tribes here too. And so, right now, we have what's called a P20 grant, which is a climate change and health grant. And specifically, I'm the PI on the Community Engagement Core, and one of my big tasks is to support our tribal communities in the region. And right now, we just finished our first session on, we're doing developing a climate change and American Indian health research agenda for our region. So looking at the Great Plains and Great Lakes regions, or the Midwest, most people call it. And we had our first session last week. It was really beautiful. So we're using what's called like a consensus panel or consensus approach. So we're taking, we have these stakeholders from the surrounding tribes in our urban Indian community in St. Paul, Minneapolis. And we're just, you know, much like you would do with focus groups, we're taking a semi-structured interview process, but towards the end of that, we're kind of identifying targets from our 4 sessions that we have to develop further into a research agenda for our region. And the impetus for this was really the idea that, you know, I think, and we'll talk about this a little bit today, but from Western scientific communities, they see indigenous traditional knowledge as one thing, as a standard approach to all things around restoration, around you know, climate science, adaptation, mitigation. But yet we have 574 federally recognized tribes. That's just the federally recognized tribes, you know, and that's not including the 600 plus First Nations bands in Canada we have, the state recognized tribes. So it's many, many knowledges. And so we've all already seen that there's 3,000 plus indigenous languages in the globe. So if we think about these ways in our relationship to land as guided by our language, as stewarded by our languages, why would we focus on one knowledge if there's 3,000 languages, right? And so I think that's the reason why I wanted to help support a regional climate agenda, because I think about it as a drop of water and the ripple that happens when you see that, and that's how we support our communities into adapting or mitigating climate change. That each tribal community, each nation is a drop of water, and we have this global kind of impetus and reason to help support. So with that, that's kind of the most exciting thing I'm doing right now, you know, and it's taken a lot of work just to get to this place. So we have our second session next week, and just a lot of gratitude for our communities for coming together to support this work. I will hand it off to Helen. I should also say before that, I'm a father. I have a 3-year-old, so I just came into this role as a 38-year-old man, which is interesting, fascinating, and kind of like probably a world record as an elder statesman. No, I'm just kidding. But I did want to share that definitely, because in our communities, masculinity and the male is like the fire keepers, and the matriarchs and the feminine are water keepers, right? And so I want to state that because it's really important and critical to this dialogue of how our communities traditionally see our relationship and kinship to water, who pours the water, who handles the water, and so my daughter, I think about as, you know, a lot of my relationship to our ceremonies and stuff is based upon rematriating land, rematriating these spaces. And so as a man, it's kind of incumbent upon me to see my role in these spaces as more of like taking a step back sometimes, but also, you know, through my maternal, my matrilineal, matriarchal lines or whatever, that my feminine energy also has a place here too. Maybe not guiding it or stewarding it, but also just helping and supporting in that way. And so as men, I you know, urge all of us to see that masculine and feminine energy within us as kind of, you know, with the work that we do. So with that, I'll pass it on to Dr. Russet. Again, very grateful to have you.
Great. Tansei Kisikati and Wape Kihaswo. So that is a great, or hello, my name is Wendy Goldwoman, and Helen Rosette. I am enrolled in the Chippewa Cree tribe, born and raised on Rocky Boys Reservation. That's north central Montana. I also have a daughter, so it's also important to also include my role as a mother, and I know that shapes some of the work that I do, and especially when it comes to community. So I know we wear many hats, and they all, in some way or another, impact and shape the work that we do. And so it's also important to acknowledge those respective roles. And I am an assistant scientist at Johns Hopkins Center for Indigenous Health, and my research largely involves applying what Kyle mentioned, this indigenous traditional ecological knowledge, this indigenous methodology that basically applies an indigenous lens to the work that we do. I use that framework for all my research, and my research largely is developing and to implement and to evaluate our Ewa Bikuta Askik, returning to the land-based healing intervention for our young families and their young children on and near the Rocky Boys Reservation. And in addition, I love to help and serve my community. I also am an adjunct instructor at Stonechild College and serve on their institutional review board. Being trained as an IRB administrator, having completed our ethics, which is tailored to the ethical research of Native American communities, working with Native American communities, it is also my role to review and approve study proposals that come to Rocky Boy. And I am really grateful to be in that position. Following research protocols is essential, it's critical, it keeps our communities safe and keeps good work. It keeps the good work going. This also is similar to understanding cultural protocols. There are so many protocols that can be shared to our communities, to our families by the traditional knowledge holders, whether they're elders or young elders. And with that work, my job is also to work with our community from day to day. Right now, we're helping with this Chippewa Cree language immersion programming, where we're wanting to produce our first language speakers in the next generation. And then in addition, we work with our Rocky Boy Buffalo program. So that includes reintroducing buffalo into our homelands, and then working with partners to acquire more land so that they are free range, but they need more land to roam and to not have food scarcity. And so the earlier panel, I just absolutely loved the work they shared and the importance of having our native seeds planted and also thinking about those plants as it also nourishes our buffalo. And that is also, again, full circle, how it benefits us and also Mother Earth. So that really is the work that I've been doing. We are in a good position to have funding. We're funded by National Institute on Drug Abuse, Robert Wood Johnson Foundation, and a small private grant called the Willow Fund to implement returning to the land. And in addition, I also support our community, so we'll apply for 2 more grants to do a buffalo diet study and then also a food sovereignty community study, just to get a sense of barriers, facilitators, solutions on increasing food sovereignty in Rocky Boy. And this is, I think, so essential right now, just given the current situation today, where we were all, dropping everything, ready to fundraise, ready to pull together to make sure that our people were fed because of the risks of them losing their SNAP benefits. So food sovereignty would directly address that issue of us, again, that welfarist part of our community. And so that's why I really appreciated the panel discussion earlier. So I'll stop there and hand it over to thanks.
Good morning, all. My name is Melinda Adams. I belong to the San Carlos Apache tribe, and I'm my cultural connection. I'm an assistant professor at the University of Kansas in the Department of Geography and Atmospheric Science and Indigenous Studies. So I'm here at KU, but I got my undergraduate degree here at Haskell Indian Nations University, so I'm an alumni. Felt appropriate to share that. Just a wonderful undergraduate experience that I had being mentored and instructed by people like Dr. Dan Wildcat, and learning TEK with Western science. So I had that, I was able to take advantage of that unique perspective and education that we have here at Haskell and what's important in many of our tribal colleges and institutions as knowledge and cultural hubs. So that's a little bit about my background. I studied fire, so quite the opposite, what most people conceptualize as separate from water and maybe our cultural responsibilities to both. But I appreciate the invitation to talk about the importance of water and fire together. Culturally, our peoples understand that they're intertwined and they're intrinsically related through our cultural storytelling, through our land responsibilities. But as I'm trying to have more conversations with Western trained scientists, the effects of fire also affect our waterscapes. So that's the message that I bring across when I'm welcome to or work with other Indigenous communities that are reclaiming our land stewardship responsibilities and our cultural roles. So I went to school out west where tribes there are leading globally in returning these good fires, responsible fires, fires that won't get out of hand or cause catastrophic devastation. So they're working to obtain access back to their homelands, whether they're federally recognized, state recognized, or not recognized, the complications of being an Indigenous person. So I learned alongside global leaders in doing this work, and what I found is that, and we were having this conversation yesterday evening, the importance of more than human relatives, including fire in that conversation, and how fire suppression is deeply rooted in colonialism and taking away those ancestral and current rights to be able to take care of our homelands using fire, and also having water in our cultural reclamation and our identities. All of that to say is I appreciate being able to return fire in these places. Kansas is one of those areas where we're doing that good work. I'm looking at friends that are here from the Iowa tribe, real leaders here in this region in reclaiming those cultural identities and how to take good care of our lands for future generations. So I'll wrap up here by sharing that as a trained environmental scientist and now being in the Geography Atmospheric Science Department, I am doing this work so that we can see the effects that lower temperature, lower severity water is having on our ecoscapes that at one time were fire dependent, fire resilient because of policy suppression and colonialism. We have not introduced fire to landscapes that depend on it for decades, if not centuries. So the renewal that happens, not just in removing fuels and clearing wildfire's path, but re-welcoming those ancestral lessons back to the homelands that they belong. So I examine what happens ecologically, and I think the elders that are out there with me doing this work I hope they appreciate that, but it's not information that they don't know and that they haven't told stories about for generations, that if we place responsible fire that's led with our TEK, it's going to benefit our ecosystems. And by benefiting our ecosystems, we build biodiversity, we build heterogeneity, and that builds resilience from when climatic change can and does happen in our ecosystems. So I am examining what happens to water when we place fire. It's going to create a better ecosystem in terms of soil's ability to hang on to water, in terms of recruiting nutrients that soil ecosystems, microbial communities depend on to thrive. And what's interesting is that I'm trying to do this work with Western scientists who might not always converge water and fire together. But I have elders out in the land with me who may not pick up Western science instruments, soil readers, to determine these things, but certainly they sort of laugh at me when they're like, well, we know what's going to happen. Well, no, why are you out here with your equipment trying to measure what we already have told you? So I think as something common that we were talking about, this isn't Western science validating traditional anthropological knowledge or indigenous knowledge. It's Western science catching up to what indigenous knowledge had always been. I will pause there and hope that we can integrate some of these things together in our conversation today. So, Sean, thank you.
I'm really thinking about the fire situation. My brother, my youngest brother, lived just up from Chico, California, and many of his best friends lived in Paradise. And so we could say my brother was displaced by the fires. He moved to New Haven, Connecticut, because, and then the last year, Forest Ranch also burned. So my name is Steve Lerner. I'm a psychologist, retired psychologist, after many, many decades of doing therapy in Topeka and Lawrence. And then I make films. I'm the grandson of 4 Eastern European grandparents who had to flee for their lives at various times or be killed, and many of their families were killed. And I think I owe actually my younger granddaughter the responsibility for my being here today, because if it weren't for her, I don't think I would have met Dan Wildcat. And I was in a swimming pool with my then 8-year-old granddaughter years ago, and she's splashing around in the pool, and she says, "Grandpa, come over here." So I swim over to where she is, and I said, "What's going on?" She says, "Well, I'm practicing. I need you to help me." "What are you practicing?" "I'm practicing to be an ocean fairy," she says. And I say, "So what does an ocean fairy do?" And this really got to me. She said, "Well, an ocean fairy has to fix the water. The water's no good anymore." And so what I suddenly was realizing, that here's my little 8-year-old grandkid in a pool, and this is the way she's processing what she's been hearing about climate change. The water's no good. So she could be like a superpowered person to do it, but she needs me to help her practice.
Wow.
And so shortly after that, I remember I came to see Dan over in the library, and we talked, and basically I was thinking of an idea of starting a process of creating public events around Kansas where people could come and talk about climate change. And I had read Dan's book, Red Alert, and it occurred to me from what he was saying in that book that the starting point for all of these conversations should be a presentation about indigenous wisdom and where we fit in to the web of life, just as a way of starting it. So we did 6 events. I think Dan was there for 4 of them, and Deborah Bolton was there for 2 others, and they were all across the state. And it was quite interesting. And one of the events that was particularly meaningful to me was we did an event in Salina at the Kansas Rural Center's annual meeting. So the audience was farmers from various kinds of farms, and we would break into small groups, and each person would talk with the small group about some of their early experiences of the environment, the natural environment, how they fit in with it. So that was a powerful shaping experience. Myself, I just see myself primarily as a listener, which is the way I was as a psychologist. Some people might think of therapists as people who are going to tell you what it's all about. But if you're not a good listener, you might as well be in a different job. And so I'm here listening, and it's a great honor to be sitting with these 3 folks and to be the non-native ally representative on this panel.
Everybody, those so beautiful sentiments and just such incredible work.
I always like to kind of reflect this onto people that our ancestors would be proud of the work that we're doing. And especially in a place like this where a lot of ancestors have been through. So we'll get started with the panel. I think just doing a little clock check, we have about 35 minutes, I think. And so the questions, we wanted to kind of ground the dialogue here on the theme that it's all about water at this year's symposium. And so I just wanted to ask our panel about our own lived experience with water. So in your lived experience, how has water shaped your sense of self or being in relation to your community and your homelands?
Yeah, so it started with my mother and her mother. She actually lost her mom in water, and there's always been a connection to the water spirit within our family. And I've been also honored to be told stories about the water spirit. I will of course not share because I want to be sure I'm following cultural protocol. But with the role of water, coming, with such a young age, being so connected to our family, we do pray to the water. There are certain places in our community where we go to certain creeks and offer tobacco and pray to the water, especially if we are struggling, where we're facing hardships, which many of us do on the res. And when we go and connect to the water, we ask for guidance, blessings, protection. And so that is just more of a personal level of, my personal connection to water. It is very much a protector in our community. I've also been told stories by elders about their experience with the water spirit and, just the power that it has in that capacity. And for my research on the other end, we're also very careful not to, break any protocol. Water will be one of our lessons in our Returning to the Land pilot study. We are doing in-depth interviews with our traditional knowledge holders. We have one more to go. I actually was honored to do all the interviews with the women knowledge holders, and that was recommended by our elders. And once we had our conversations with our elders advocacy groups, we talk about water, its role. There's such a strong history in our community, and the most glaring concerns that have been highlighted is that we have natural springs in our communities. They are here, and the elders would talk about how it was not an issue for them to go and drink from the creeks to drink water. And today we are seeing blue algae growth in many of our lakes. It is not safe to even swim in those lakes. And we know the direct threats, as I mentioned, with traditional ecological knowledge, that conceptual framework, is it has to do with the triple C's, colonization, capitalism, climate change. We know that we have an absurd amount of cattle in those waterways, and our basic short-term solution is to fence those protected sites in, because that is also a direct threat of our sweetgrass to grow. So that's something that we will be providing as a lesson in our Returning to the Land pilot for next July.
Anyone want the question again?
I think I'm okay.
Good.
Yeah, just a presence with water or cultural connections to water. And I too will be brief. I think it's a shared protocol for the most part that when we visit new places or we're away from home, so first we know the water's at home, but almost as our protocol, we take time to visit the places that we are guests at and greet the water. So I hope that's a practice that some of you participate in. If not, I'm welcoming you, or we are welcoming you. Perhaps during your visit here to Lawrence, just visit with water and remember how precious it is bringing us together for this conference, but multiple levels of refamiliarizing ourselves with waterways, carry our stories and carry our futures. So an invitation to familiarize yourself with the waterscapes that surround you and their importance, and making that lesson available for those that are in your life, particularly younger folks that are in your lives. So I will say for guests to Haskell or guests to Lawrence, the Haskell wetlands that live and breathe on this campus have had a layered and storied history of colonization, of industrialization, and they maintain. They're there, they house wildlife, they house migration, more than human relatives making their way to different seasons throughout the globe. So if you have the opportunity, remember our Haskell wetlands that are here. They serve many ceremonial and cultural purposes, and as a person that studied the earth and the environment, they're incredibly rare. So I don't know how much I get to talk about wetlands, but understanding that there was a more abundance of wetland communities that were stewarded by indigenous peoples, indigenous hands, and cultural lifeways that too have been met with layers of removal of commercial and commerce and capitalism. So remembering that rare ecosystem that we have here is important for me in the places that I go to. And that's a lesson that's reemphasized by the elders that I work with in our fire return. We don't get the day started in some communities without first visiting with water and without first remembering that that's also one of our more than human relatives that we are stewarding and trying our best that we can to take good care of. So I'll leave with that leave this question with that invitation.
Let me just say that very briefly that one of the films I made a few years ago was called When the Well Runs Dry. And it was about water problems across Kansas, especially after the 2012 drought. And just certain images come back to mind. I remember being with a rancher in Copeland, Kansas, with his son. The son wanted to be continuing in the family ranch business. And we're at a test well where the Kansas Geological Survey, and the rancher is dropping a measuring thing down in there. And he says to his son, "So Jared, what do you see there?" And the guy says 170 feet or something. And he said, the rancher says to him, "Well, you won't be able to farm here if this keeps dropping at the current rate." And that was sort of, so I mean, in the film, we talk about water scarcity because there was such a drought, but then also water quality like the blue-green algae at the Marion Reservoir, which then cascades into all kinds of problems for the community, including having to improve the water treatment plant. Otherwise, people can't drink the water. So personally, it sort of shaped my sense, even though I don't live in all those communities, but I met so many people struggling around water issues that you just get the sense of how central it is to everybody's life. And you might think you turn the tap and water that you can drink comes out. But I just happened to look the other day at 2024 in Kansas. There were hundreds of boil water advisories in different communities, and there were, even in a fairly large city like Emporia, there were like 4 or 5 days where the water was not safe to drink. And there are many smaller systems that don't work very well.
Well, on a lighter note, if you ever mention, to elders that lived on their reservations their entire life, if you want to get them riled up, bring up water. So, just, heads up.
We wish everybody. We'll move on to the second question. And so this is a bit of a run-on question, or there's a couple questions in here, but I think it'll spark some good conversation. And so I do appreciate too just attending to those protocols of privacy for our cultures, our spirituality, and stuff like that. And so whatever you're comfortable sharing here too, broadly, what are some of your cultural traditional belief systems of water, ways of knowing and belonging? And how do these belief systems and practices and knowledges impact mental health, particularly for our youth?
Well, let's see. Well, we've been having conversations with our traditional knowledge holders, just informally as of late. And when I am not joking, when water gets brought up, I get the strong emotional responses. Some elders might be quiet and they just, a switch turns on and they share the history of water. And it has its sacred role in many of our ceremonies, as Dr. Kyle Hill mentioned, and they are very, very concerned with the current status. For example, one elder, she is one of our most knowledgeable elders that we still have today, and she was telling me the history of all of these these freshwater springs that were all across Rocky Boy, and she was so upset with the roads department because they built a road and a road right over their freshwater spring, and it just polluted the water. It destroyed that spring, and so one critical piece now is that we do. Many of our tribes, if not all, have the cultural preservation offices. I don't know their formal names, but before any infrastructure occurs in our communities, they have to go through that office to make sure that these things don't happen again, and that we understand the importance and how to protect those remaining springs that we still have in our community. And of course, water is essential. Many of our sweats are right next to our cricks. They are essential for running sweats. So I'll stop there and pass it over to Melinda.
Thank you for that. And just thinking of a brief answer here. I think Dr. Hill mentioned this earlier. I mean, our cultural stories and our life ways, perhaps, because I'm a person that tries to balance fire and water together. I do echo some of what you shared, and that a lot of our different tribal leadership roles and identities place men as caretakers of fire in our sacred ceremonies, and women as caretakers and leaders in water. And what we're seeing now in this cultural fire revitalization and leadership in these roles all across, not just the United States, but worldwide, is that because we're reclaiming these parts of our cultural memories that our ancestors left for us, that survived, we're needing to remake what those leadership roles historically were and what they can be. So in some communities that I work with, it's protocol for the women to lead with this fire return, even though their historic identity was more tied to water. We're seeing now how we are not just hearing stories, telling stories, we're making them. We're remaking them in a climate that looks a lot different than perhaps it looked when our ancestors were here. So in trying to take care of our lands and our earth, we're recreating what those roles look like. And we had a really great share in the previous panel, so thank you to the previous panel members for inspiring this thought. Getting started with relearning your language, getting started with remembering some of the ancestral seedways or heritage plant relatives that you're working with. So rebuilding that connection, no matter what it looks like, trying to support our Indigenous youth or those older in life that are relearning So very briefly, we had a cultural fire demonstration at the KU Field Station, where I'm glad that our Iowa relatives were able to make it out and help lead in that cultural fire return. And refamiliarizing yourself with lands can also be your responsibility to water as a more than human relative. So it might not look the exact same as it did historically, but we're picking up those pieces that we have and recreating something for the future. So it might not be as dichotomous as men, fire, women, water. It could look a lot of different ways, which I would imagine is also how our ancestors adapted and built from contemporary.
It's a really good answer. Thank you for that, which I think a lot of us struggle with relearning, unlearning, reclaiming in ways that we feel honor our ancestry, our traditions, our cultures. And yeah, that's a struggle. Part of the struggle. So we only have about 10 minutes left, and so we're going to move on to a new question. So the third question is going to focus more on climate resilience. So considering these concepts of climate resilience, so for most people, we understand resilience as really the ecosystem or the environment really bouncing back or recovering from something that's happened. And there's a tremendous amount of work that's been done, is being done on American Indian resilience or indigenous resilience, thinking about the impacts of colonialism, the reclamation or recovery. Those very same violations and injuries our ecosystems, our territories have undergone as well. Thinking about what we call Piteoyate or Buffalo Nation, so just holding those examples that we have, and thinking about even planetary health, what shifts can we help steward to help support a hopeful future for our communities, water security, and revitalizing ceremonies of water?
It's a really good question and important, and I appreciate what Dr. Melinda Adams shared with having the male, feminine, the man, woman roles, having there be more fluidity there, because we really need to have this knowledge passed down from generation to generation, and we need to find ways to do that. That is so essential, is to continue this knowledge amongst our community, especially those that did not grow up with this knowledge in their families, and then also with this next generation, because we're facing direct threats with social media, with the cell phones, just with all of this progress that we shouldn't call it progress. It might be our demise, in fact. And with that work, I always say, TEK, was well established in environmental sciences. And I love the fact that we can bring it into the social sciences, that we cannot do this work without our community taking ownership and being directly involved. That this is ultimately, this directly affects them, us, and while we do greatly need our external outside partners to support us and to come in, we know that for sustainability, this has to include all of us, especially our children, and that is a big part of the work that we do in Rocky Boy with returning to the land. We want these young families who are culturally disconnected, who may have that history of addiction, may feel a sense of shame or not belonging in their communities, to be welcomed or re-welcomed into the community by our knowledge holders, because we hold them at the highest level, those knowledge holders. And it is so important that they deliver the programming, not someone, like me or some are not at their level. It is so important that they are doing this work, sharing that knowledge. And ultimately, with this programming, although we're initially only focusing on health and well-being indicators for the family, the caregivers and the children, we ultimately anticipate to see health and wellness indicators of the land, the water. We expect to see changes amongst our fellow relatives. And with that work, we are, in a sense, all interconnected. So I'll stop there and pass it to Dr. Adams.
Thank you. Because I have psychologists or psychology practitioners on either side of me, I'll briefly share this firework that invites me to talk about water and the importance of it from an ecological point of view, but more importantly from a cultural point of view. I work with the elders who are footed in academia, and so they know how to speak and write, so I'm grateful for that particular partnership. What he has shared with me is getting out on the land, time on the land, and what I also have a son, and I didn't know this until I read it online on a younger person posting something, that our younger generation, they're not just citizens of the human world, they were born into citizens in a digital world. And that took me so far back because that wasn't my experience as a younger person growing up and balancing all of the things that young people are balancing today. So if you use it belongs to the digital world, better or worse. So as a mother, what I try to do is bring along with this cultural firework and learning from elders and learning in an intertribal community is mitigating what psychologists and sociologists are calling solastalgia. So the feeling of loss and grief that our young people carry around daily and seeing catastrophic news that they're exposed to 24/7 at any given time or day, it's quite a load to carry around with them. So to try to find their way back to culture while they have this digital world citizenship is challenging. So what the elders and I wrote about was solastalgia, but how that there's time on the land that we're responsible for as Indigenous peoples and relearning our cultural lifeways for climate mitigation is interesting for those inside and outside of our community, but time on the land to heal those cultural wounds, to heal those ecological devastations that our lands and our stories have experienced. So solophilia, the love that you have for a place. The idea is that if you reintroduce yourself to a place, because being in the digital world, we're not always presented with an opportunity to be out on the land, to be out learning from our elders, to hear our languages revived. So Sherman has leaned on solophilia. So if you introduce a person to a place that's experiencing or not climate change, you're familiarizing them with it. They know a place, they might love a place, and if they love a place, they might be able to exercise autonomy and protect that place from the onset of something like climate change. So there's two terms for you: solastalgia, environmental grief that particularly our young people are feeling and experiencing, and then solophilia. So I work in the field of cultural fire, land return, water repair. That's all bundled in this term that psychologists, sociologists have pointed towards, and that's solophilia, the care that you have for a place.
I think that's a great thought there, because I finding myself thinking about my grandchildren and the young people I work with. The current film I'm about to start working on is a film about children whose moms are incarcerated in Topeka. We're going to do a documentary about a program that tries to build bonds between kids and their moms. And it's like children are exposed. Currently, psychologists would say there's a crisis of children in our country. They're exposed to so many levels of stress, including the constant doom messages about the environment, the social media onslaught, the pandemic that many of them grew through. I had a grandson who didn't want to get out of bed for weeks and weeks and weeks. His school was closed, lived in Seattle. He was separated from his peer group for a long time. And so I just think of the challenge that kids have. And I'm also reminded of the fact that when we were doing the step-by-step project, I talked to a bunch of environmental activists around the country. And I asked each one of them, what do they do when they get overwhelmed? And to a person, every single one of them said they go out into the wilderness or out into the woods, out onto the land. And I think the healing factor of the land really impressed me in your talk last night and what you're saying now. It seems so important in how to get my grandkids onto the land because they live in big cities.
Yeah, Miigwech, that was very profound. I just love that idea of, with resilience, we think about risk factors a lot and deficit approaches to our work. Yet for resilience, you just flip that on its head and you have the protective factors. So I like with that solipsology, you think about soliphilia. I love that. And I think what strikes me as we close this panel is the kinship inherent within water, right? Water knows itself. There's no restrictions to the relationships it holds with other bodies of water. They flow, rivers to streams to lakes to larger bodies of water, watersheds and oceans. They all know each other. And so I guess it strikes me when Melinda talks about the digital world and stuff like that, how close we are to each other, to our ecosystems, to these more than human or animal relatives and plant relatives that we hold sacred within our cultures and spiritualities. If we could all be more like water in that, and just bring ourselves together. And one of my close friends, he's also a veteran. He's an assistant professor at University of Arizona, and he works on indigenous statistics. We were talking, and he's really, a lot of his work is on how do we open up our research methods to our indigenous ways, because there's so many disadvantages to using Western methodologies of statistics, particularly around power, and the low sample size because of colonialism. We weren't just these small, super small reservation communities before. We have nations, and our nations are related to each other. And so, forgive me for the tangent, but I thought I'd bring this in to think about how research can move with our communities like water. But what he said was, we're thinking about methodologically how we collect samples based upon historical migration routes along waters, right? So as Anishinaabe people, we have 3 council fires, which is the Potawatomi, the Anishinaabe, and I think the Ottawa peoples. And so when we think about that, it's why wouldn't we collect samples from all 3 of those groups based upon our historical migrations? Or is it too much to ask that we can include all 7 council fires of the Oceti-Sakowin when we collect samples? Or the waterways that, the Anishinaabe cross along their migration from the East Coast and the St. Lawrence River into the Great Lakes. Why can't we collect data from all these communities and say this is one community because of the ecosystems or the bodies of water that we travel and that we, that feed us, that take care of us. So anyway, just some thoughts to chew on, as researchers, community members alike, who go out there and we're insulated and we feel like we're alone, to just broaden to think about water in that way. So I just want to say miigwech, everybody, and please give a round of applause for our panelists, Dr. Helen Dresser and Adam Steve Brenner. y'all's time, and your bellies are probably like, all right. Take care, everybody. Thank you. Be great.
Thank you. Thank you. And last but not least, also Chad, who is here as a speaker, but also helped us get everything together at the last minute. Thank you. So for those of you that are watching online, this is of course supported by Rising Voices Changing Coast, which is an NSF-based research grant focused on climate justice in 4 distinct diverse coastal indigenous communities, including Puerto Rico, in Puerto Rico, Hawaii, Alaska, and southern Louisiana. So just a little bit about our project. I know those of you that are here in the room got to check out our materials at the table. You were part of the opening protocol if you're here that early, so you know about our project. And then of course our project members understand our project. But I was going to share a little bit for those people that are watching online. And so again, I'm your project manager, Alex Kimball-Williams. So if you have any questions or have accommodations needs, please seek me out. There's also Brendan here with his assistant, Travis. And we've also got Stephanie. Oh yeah, for them as well. Yes. Doing a whole lot. There's Stephanie in the back of the room, and then of course Dr. Deborah zipping around. It's Dr. Deborah that got us the students organized. So you will get to hear from Stephanie, Dr. Stephanie Lewis this afternoon on the student panel. We have 4 students that have been involved in our summer internship program coming to speak and present about their work up here on the screen. A reminder that we do have poster session posters over here on the right. And that if you ever have any more questions or want to learn more about us, we have our website. So I'm going to invite Jason to share a little bit about the menu, and then please hang around because we're gonna while you guys are eating lunch, show some films up here related to RVCC.
Hi everybody, I'm just so honored to be here. I hope you're hungry. I got a lot of food for like 60, and I don't see 60 people. So that means you guys are going to eat 3 times? No, 2.5 times-ish. My name is Jason Champagne. I own Native Chef LLC. I do culinary education. I mostly do cooking demonstrations. I like to provide Native American meals So today I just thought since we're so close to Thanksgiving, you guys wanted a pre-Thanksgiving meal. That'd be nice, something like that. So basically we have roasted oregano, garlic, turkey, maple glazed ham, Red Lake wild rice with butternut squash, steamed green beans with cranberries in it. Depends on how you like your beans. I like mine with a little bite. Some people like them shredded. It's just hard to tell. They got a little bite to them. And then, let's see, we have ham gravy, assorted green salad, and then we have blue corn cakes with wajapi. It's a blueberry sauce. So if there's any questions, let me know. Otherwise, it's ready. Oh, there's also a cranberry puree. Basically, whole cranberries, you boil the heck out of them, and then you let them cool down, add some sugar, and then and puree it. And so that goes on whatever you want. They're in squeeze bottles. Okay. Any questions about the menu or anything? Okay, thank you guys. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Alex. Thank you.
Jason does such a good job, oh my gosh. I especially love working with Jason when we have people traveling in because it's very easy to digest. It's all very health conscious. So, and I know the struggle of traveling, those high sodium, whatever restaurant food. So huge thanks to Jason. Please stay tuned. Like I said, we're going to be showing some films that our media folks, including our communications and engagement research fellow, has put together with others across our team. And our next panel up is going to be with Dr. Tim Schneider, Design for Resilience.
Switch it to the image.
Without further ado, I'll introduce Dr. Tim Schneider, one of our so yeah, I'm going to hand it over to Tim. Thanks for always letting me tease you.
Thank you. I want to give a quick shout out to Dr. Wildcat as well. Dan, we started talking about this, and we had a little committee that helped plan this. Several people, and so let's do one on design. And Tim, would you help out with that one? But Dan's like, we should have Laura on this, and and how about Bob? And I talked to Chad. So, anyways, Dan really had a great hand in helping to shape this panel, and we're extremely fortunate. There's three really amazing folks that are going to share their thoughts. Is there the remote? Is that you have the remote?
Oh, it's here.
You have the remote, Randy?
Decided answer.
We're gonna. Oh, so you're gonna do the manual thing? Okay, I'm wandering around here, folks. Sorry. No, that's great. So Brendan is our remote. So just a brief introduction to our panel, and we called it Design for Resilience. And so we're really honored and happy to be here. And I always tell Dan every time I get to come back to Haskell, it does feel like I'm coming home. I feel so welcome, and it's just amazing to be around so many people who think and feel the same way and regard the Earth Mother with the respect that I believe we should hold for her. There's no Earth, no life. She's our mother, right? So, anyways, it's always very humbling to be here. So, if you could go to the next one, Brendan. There's going to be a lot of words on this, and that was just kind of a little abstract we put together to help think it through. Basically, all it says in the short version is design touches every aspect of our life. There's those little things. It's like, dang, every time I push the button, it doesn't work. I wish they'd make that better. It's just an annoyance. Up to the big things. I mean, climate change is really a design problem if you think about it on the most colossal scale. It's planetary design in a way. So design touches every aspect of your life, and in most ways you don't even think about it or know it. But it manifests itself in real ways. And so we really wanted to just put some great thinkers together here to share some thoughts about different aspects of design, that might lead to a more resilient world, a healthier, happier world, and especially for children, in recognizing we're in this age where humans are the dominant geologic force on the planet. So, next one, please. So, yeah, just a quick, really high-level organization, and kind of the way we see this going is I'll share a couple of quick thoughts, which I'm doing right now, and then we'll have our panelists share some remarks. And I'm going to say briefly what our panelists do. I'm a physical scientist. That's what I do. I do a lot of work on hydroclimate, how water changes over time, among many other things. But then we're going to have, and each one of us will, each one of the panelists will share maybe 12-ish minutes of remarks. Plus, I thought it would be good for each of you, and this is a surprise interjection here, just to share a little bit about who you are before you start your remarks. And I think Alex said we're not going to be super stressed on time. We have lots of time for questions at the end, so 12, 15 minutes each. And then we'll have some time for dialogue with this great panel. So think of questions and engage. I hope you feel that you've been provoked a little bit. Radical ideas, I hope. So Laura's going to, and Dan introduced Laura to me as an indigenous futurist. I just love that. That's brilliant. And Laura's going to talk about remembering, ruptured relations, kinship-driven futures. And then Chad, who I would say is an ecologist among many other things, is going to talk about reciprocal resilience, Hawaiian fish pond systems as adaptive examples of people shaping nature as nature shapes people in every climate. And I've had the privilege and honor to work a little bit with Chad down in a fish pond that he hosts too. He and his team helped to oversee and shepherd and be in communion with. And then Bob Berkebile will present some thoughts about will heart, spirit, and deep roots save my grandchildren. One more slide, please, Brendan, and then we'll hand it over to Laura. I heard this story on the National Public Radio a few weeks back. This researcher in England studies ants, and there's this fungus that is deadly to ants. It's extremely toxic. And what they observed is that when an ant became infected with the fungus, it would self-isolate. So it would, to protect the colony, it would isolate itself to a degree. And then they did a follow-on study where they looked at how ant colonies were constructed. So once an infection appeared, the ants, and this is a quote from a scientific paper which is listed at the bottom by Lecky et al., but there's a quote that the ants began to redesign their colonies once there was an infection present. And they would separate the entrances further apart, and they would create these chambers and separate them, and then just, all for the good of the colony. And I thought, boy, what an amazing and inspirational idea that these ants would, change design. They use design. And they change their design based on the environmental conditions and the hazards they present. So I thought that was an extremely provocative idea, perhaps maybe a little bit inspirational, and gets us all thinking a little bit differently. So with that, I would love to just get to our panelists and hand the mic to Laura.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Wildcat, for having me here. And it really is like coming home. So, Laura Harjo, Chaha Chifkiros, Yaha Halgi Amalegiros, Tuskegee Amitaludos, Duke Harjo, Moman, Tate, Ellen Harjo, Chifkogetawagas. Hello, everybody. My name is Laura Harjo. I am Wolf Clan from Tuskegee Tribal Town. My parents are Ellen Harjo and the late Duke Harjo. And I was a kid here on these grounds. My mom and dad graduated from here, and I was here when I was a preschooler. Like in the 70s. I'm gonna say how old I am. In the 70s out there by the bandstand. And they had something called the Little Indian Center. It was like a daycare. And I remember we would walk around campus and everybody had to hold onto a rope. And I remember like there were these big ears you could stick on your ears, and I still act like that. I'd walk around campus with big ears on, like when I was 4 or 5. And then I came here in '88, and I got an associate's from here, and I also had one of my first college classes with Dr. Wildcat in sociology. I transferred to University of Kansas, and I got a geography degree there, and I pretty much focused in GIS, and that's where I was for a long time, GIS and planning. I'm still in planning, not so much in GIS. So kind of the way I come to this work, there are kind of 2 streams that I come to the work. The first was when I was at KU. Something was happening back east in our homelands, and they were going to build a road near Old Milwaukee Mounds. They were, the road was already there, but they were going to do more work to it. And they found some artifacts and they kind of wanted to like ignore that. And I started thinking about what do our emotional, physical, and spiritual ties to our lands look like. So I've spent all this time, since probably like 92, 93, thinking about this. And eventually I wrote a book in 2019. It's called Spiral to the Stars, Muskogee Tools of Futurity. And in one of my chapters, I talk about emergence geographies. And I'm really sorting through what that means. And I kind of conceived of concrete geographies, ephemeral geographies, metaphysical geographies, which we never talk about. And just to touch on that really quick, for Haskell here, I stayed, there's a whole spiritual realm at Haskell. We know that. And I think when I came to Haskell, that was affirmed for me in the classes I took. In Creek, the word's Honka. In the Honka experiences I had in the dorms, it affirmed it. And then what we were learning affirmed it as well. That was never affirmed until I got here and saw what it looked like to grapple with an indigenous worldview. So that really, my point of departure for that was here. So when I was at Pocahontas, there's an elder that worked here. His name was Scotty Harjo, who would always tell stories about campus. And he talked about Pocahontas, that there used to be an infirmary in the bottom of Pocahontas. I don't know if they're using it for anything, but they didn't use it for anything when we were there. And I remember the dorm council, they were wanting to do something for Halloween. And they were like, what if we have a haunted house in the basement? And we were all like, no. So the idea of like thinking about development and where you build and where you think about doing these things, you're not just thinking about people, you are thinking about the spiritual realm as well. So that's emergence geographies. And then the last one is virtual geographies. And I might talk a little bit about that, but it's really like thinking about VR and this definition that I talk about of indigenous futurity, of past, present, and future, that's all kind of happening simultaneously. We're activating our unactivated possibilities for our ancestors that got cut short right now. We're creating the futures that we want to see right now. We are putting the conditions in place for future relatives right now as well. And that's kind of what I've heard all the way up to this panel. So I come to this then of how to disrupt or how to really expand thinking about geography and place from an indigenous perspective. And the other is just really concrete. It is from a child's point of view. So growing up in Sapulpa, I lived in a HUD home subdivision, and the planning that went around that, we were adjacent to a dump. And for our ceremonial grounds, it's called Polecat, and we lived near Polecat Creek. The dump was right adjacent to Polecat Creek. We swam in Polecat Creek as kids. We actually played at the dump. We found some pretty cool stuff, so, whatever. But in the mornings, for my kind of climate, meteorology people, and kind of like the dew point thing, in the morning, if they were burning trash at the dump, that smell held down in our space. So every morning going to school, passing through those spaces that, we dwelled in, you could smell burning trash every day. So that was the other part of how do we think of planning and our spatialities. And I heard common stories, going to school here at Haskell, we were like, hey, did you play? Yeah, I played at the dump too. We had an aerosol can explode. And this common story of kids playing at dumps. So if they're playing at dumps, how do you need to intervene in the space? We always wanted a basketball court. We never got one. So that's the other thing too of talking to kids. So I'm gonna go ahead and get started. That's kind of my background. I'm an associate professor in Native American Studies at the University of Oklahoma. I'm the chair of the department. I've been there for 5 years. Before that, I was at University of New Mexico for 8 years doing indigenous community planning, and we did studio projects with several indigenous communities. So we were doing the work of participatory engagement, translating that into kind of some schematics and into what it could be for the built environment. And so that's kind of like the futurity aspect. So what I have here is, actually it's supposed to be looping. Well, so I've got it's looping because I really don't want to spin on each one, but I have these 3D models that I worked on an exhibit about 3 years ago. It's called Muskogee Tribal Town Futurity. And we were looking at, we went into the literature, we looked at the architectural layout of the houses. Students built that in a 3D, like a digital 3D environment, and then they produced like little bitty Monopoly-sized pieces, hundreds of them, and we put them on these 4-foot by 4-foot models, and we had projected light maps onto that. So you could see, you know, how we imagine that from the readings, how Muskogee people use their land. So it's kind of like you have to start from our histories, and you can see how we have pulled it forward. And the built environment is really about our socio-spatial use of the land. So one of the things that kind of surfaced of like a submerged perspective or epistemology is that of women. So if you look at some of these models, you'll see it's kind of like the houses are built kind of in a U shape, and most likely those were probably sisters living together because Muskogee people are matriarchal, they're matrilineal, and they're matrilocal. So if a male partnered with a female, he moved to where she lived, and he was probably with her sisters. Their children learned from the sisters' uncles. The women had control and authority over the land, the crops. We grew big crops. We fed the people and led by example for the children. So Dr. Wildcat and I were involved with something called Cop City in Atlanta, and it had to do with something called the Wulani Forest. And I also have a schematic here of that. This is a future design of what it could look like. So at that same time, I was teaching a class called Indigenous Community Planning. And I wanted them to imagine, instead of Cop City being built there, if you don't know what that is, the Atlanta Police Foundation is building a huge simulated urban environment to practice and train in urban warfare for militarized policing. They also want to bring over Israeli soldiers to aid in the training, and they also want to see other law enforcement folks nationally coming in and getting trained here. So Wulani Forest, it means green water or brown water, however you want to interpret it in Muskogee, but these lands, they don't fall under federal guidelines of importance. But for Muskogee people, these are our customary use areas. It doesn't matter if we didn't have a house right there. We still traversed across those spaces. We still have a spiritual realm that dwells there. So we had the students kind of do little focus groups with our Muskogee students. Like, I'm big on mapping, but I do other things too. But they did maps of what they would want to see a future tribal town look like. And so, you know, across the 3 different kind of profiles, one was a young urban Muskogee girl, another was an Afro-Indigenous girl, and then another was a grandmother who had lived in rural community, and her family worked as kind of migrant farm workers. But the common thing across that, though, was they wanted to see an apothecary in the space. They wanted contemplative space. They wanted space that was centralized so that, like, if you're preparing food as a community, you can look out and see the kids playing. So not necessarily a panopticon, but really, like, how do we ensure our children are safe? How do you create play space for them? The other thing too is we're in a different moment now, and we know that, like, our kids are gaming. How do you create space around that? Somebody else said that they wanted to see animals there, and they said not to eat them. And then later what kind of surfaced was she wanted to see maybe horses and equine therapy as a way for us to kind of grapple with our trauma as well. So these young people, they're already thinking about caretaking and into the future. We did, these maps with them, and we pulled the common themes. Each of those 3 teams came up with their own kind of conceptual drawings, which you'll see, like, there's a river on one side and then there's a drawing on the other. So it'll show a map of the Wulani Forest after this. Maybe. Yeah.
There you go.
Here's the Wulani Forest, and then I asked them, imagine what a tribal town would look like in Atlanta. I am so about that, of putting a Muskogee thumbprint on that and returning to our homelands and taking up space. And doing land back, not in a way like get off our land, it's like treat our land with the same ethics we would, because we have been caretakers of these lands for hundreds of years and we know what they need. So on the next slide is how the students sort of conceived. So this might have been what it looked like before, and you can kind of see the houses in a U shape, but on that past slide, it shows how they conceived of a design in the Wulani Forest. Then 1 and then 2. One more. Yeah. So on that right side, this is what they came up with. So they had these pods, sort of, that replicated how we lived back in the day. But we might have had a fire or a garden in the middle, but this could be a play space for kids, but it's like somebody always has their eye on the space. And part of that too is that how could you create a space where Muskogee people could return to, but not necessarily have it be more transient? So maybe somebody doesn't always have to be living in this, but maybe it's more of a family type of pod, and as long as at any given time somebody's there, kind of the space is being taken care of. So this is what they imagined. Some of the things, we had non-native students, so we probably needed another iteration, but we ran out of time. And at the top, they've got a church and ceremonial ground, and it's on the water, and you really can't have a ceremonial ground on the water, because you usually have a fire, it's on ground, and so that was another. Another group had like a stickball field for every neighborhood. For our stickball games, we had hundreds of people playing on either side, so you only probably need one stickball field for the community. So yeah, this is one example of what they came up with. You can kind of see this center space where people can come together and they're either meeting or whatever. So that's one example of what they came up with, but they came up with other examples. So then when we went to the Wulani Forest, I did a similar kind of participatory mapping project with people attending this teach-in that we were doing called Singing Ourselves Back Together, which is rooted in a story about the turtle, how he got the sections on his back. So he was bothering the women when they were like working and cooking, and he kept trying to pull up their dress and look under it. And so one of the aunties finally got pissed and like beat him to a pulp. And so he's in all these little sections. And then he started singing, and his pieces started coming back together. So it's the idea of like, we may not have everything right, but we're figuring it out. So when I heard Prairie Down Potawatomi talking about doing these pumpkin kind of workshops and not having a teacher, and just coming together and figuring it out with collective knowledge, like that's what it's about. It's about kin. So what I've been doing this semester is, has anybody in here heard of the Marrow Thieves? Okay, so yeah. The Marrow Thieves is by an indigenous author, Cherie Demeline. She's Georgian Bay Métis, and it's set in a dystopian world. But the thing is, indigenous people have always lived in dystopian worlds. So this one, they're hunting native or indigenous people for their marrow because they're the last ones in the world that can dream. So they're being hunted, it's an apocalyptic time, they're in the woods, they're not together with their people, they're not blood kin, but they are made kin with one another. And so if you take that sort of point of like remembering our relationality, and when I say remembering, it can mean recall a memory, retrieve a memory, but I'm really talking about all of these members, the water, the trees. Like I know that when we were out there, Dr. Wildcat and the rest of the Muskogee kind of group, being able to spend time on the land and with the trees and just in that space, knowing that I am kind of activating that relationship again. And I know when Halabi Ceremonial Grounds did a dance there, one of the ladies said that the birds stopped singing when they were dancing. And to me, it's like, we recognize you, relative. That's how I read that. So that has sort of been a huge pivot point for my next steps in my work of like creating and strengthening these relationships with our more than human kin, and really kind of challenging ourselves to, we talk about reciprocity, we talk about what the land gives us, but what do we do for it, like concretely? Like what do we do? It does for us on a daily basis, but what do we do for it? How do we stay in relationship with it? And earlier on one of the panels when they said, how did your relationship with water start? It was kind of a question like that. That's how it landed in my mind. And I thought just like about swimming and how, that's indigenous joy. Like part of it too of being in a relationship is indigenous joy. So swimming, laughing, chasing each other in the water, like there's that aspect of being in a relationship with water. The other is we have, I guess if you want to call it monsters, but not really, Anka's spiritual realm, that we also have our relatives that came with us, but they're spirit form, but we have spiritual entities that live in the water. And in one of our stories, it talks about how it came from these particular headwaters of a confluence, and I got to go visit there, and I couldn't even access it. It was like, on one side there was a country club, and you really couldn't even access the water. So I drove on the country club grounds and like slip off the front door. No. It's like, you're on our land, so like that's the other thing too. So then taking those spaces, putting them in VR, and what would we want them to look like? Because when I presented on Cop City and that design, I have had non-native planners ask me, so do you have policies? Have you been talking to the city? And I said, no, this is what we're imagining. She said, oh, so it's just an idea. And then I'm like, no, this can happen someday because Cop City can't last forever. But the dreams that Muskogee people put in place, they can continue, but infrastructure does not stand. And I would urge all of you to also look at Leanne Simpson's work, The Theory of Water. Water is going to keep moving, and the infrastructure that has dammed up our waterways in our traditional lands, we were called creeks because we lived along the water. I had this big dream that, oh yeah, I'm going to go down in a boat, I'm going to video it, it's going to be part of like this VR thing. And then I forgot about the dams. But, We saw what happened with COVID when infrastructure goes unattended. The grass growing up, that sort of thing. So I see some of this infrastructure of not standing forever, and that the dreams that we put in place today, they can come to fruition if we're putting the conditions in place. So thank you.
Thank you very much. That's amazing. I love the stories. So next up we have Chad.
Okay, thank you, Mauro. Well, that's coming up. We just met, but when I was walking around yesterday, I saw a poster on one of the bulletin boards here at Haskell that said "Big Anti-Energy," and I think that the anti in Hawaii is the most powerful force. So the story of the turtle definitely resonates for me. And you'll see some antis in what I'm going to share today. First, a little about me. I was raised by a forest in Alabama. Oh, thank you. And for the last 25 years, I've had the right word is kuleana. I'll explain what that means in a moment. To be able to live, work in Hawaii with Hawaiian communities, with life. And so there's a word in Hawaiian that is kako. It's an inclusive word. So if I were to say, aloha kaua, that would mean hello to you in a audience. Aloha oko or mako might be a group of folks, but aloha kako is not only everyone in this room, but it's everybody on this campus. It's every blade of grass, it's every tree, it's every spirit. The kupuna up here in the balcony watching us right now, the elders who have passed on. It's a very inclusive way of looking at things. Similarly, kuleana, as Dr. Wildcat shared this morning about this responsibility that we have. It's a word that simply and loosely, and not completely, but it translates into privilege and responsibility. It's the two together, the duality, the concept that both are true at the same time. And so as we shared today, there is a quantitative reality that scientists are taught to pursue, but really what I wanted to make sure that we're aware of are multiple truths, that all of our truths collectively are what we aspire to understand. And then I know this is all about water, and so I have some good news. I had a musing this morning that all the water in the world is already here. So good news, everyone, about that. Water in Hawaiian is vai. Vai, W-A-I, is water, fresh water. And vai is wealth. Vai, intensifier water, a lot of water, that's wealth. And so we have vai, we have wealth. And I just wanted to share one other thing that you inspired just a moment ago, Laura, which is this idea of emerging geographies. There's a Hawaiian term called kipuka. Kipuka, and I was sharing this a little bit over lunch, but it roughly translates into a discontinuity, a glitch in the matrix, kipuka. Ecologists will use it a lot to describe a hill or a pu'u that a lava flow has gone around and isolated it. Now you have an isolated population. Some of the birds may be able to exchange, but the cows can't get in there. You've got a kipuka. It's also been used by Hawaiian researchers to describe retention of culture within areas that have been isolated. Cultural kipuka. It's also a place in the ocean where fish gather, but there's this spiritual realm as well. And so we're opening a portal into the universe today that can be a kipuka. Now, if we were to keep that open, it will be retained. So just a few things before I leap into it. And then the last thing I wanted to share is another one of Dr. Wildcat's quotes is, food connects us all. It reminds us of how we are all related. And so if you did enjoy that delicious lunch, I will try to speak peacefully so that you can take a little nap during this next part. But there's a couple of sides here, and what I really was trying to think about is what, from an engineer's perspective, how does an engineer see the world? How does a person of place see the world? How are those different? How are those the same? So I've gone into a little bit of detail with that. And we're going to start with the person of place. So this is one of my teachers, my dear friend, the nonprofit that I'm privileged to be a part of. She's our cultural director, a composer, a poet, a keeper of deep ancestral knowledge. And not all knowledge is meant to be shared. But one of the provocative ideas that I think landed me up here is that this stage, this building, this parking lot, an engineer sees that as infrastructure. But I think in the endless succession of multi-generational knowledge that's based on place, the next generation is the resilient infrastructure. The person who is coming after has to have the skills, ability, knowledge, and permission is key to be able to not only continue what's gone before, but to adapt and enhance what's happened before, especially as the climate changes. And I think this quote from Kugule perfectly captures that. She's also next to another dear friend, Uncle Chucky Leslie, who is an Opelu fishing genius, but doesn't have any formal degrees. You know, he's a person who spent his life on the ocean. If you have a question about the ocean, I'm a marine scientist, don't come to me. Go to him. He's the source. And then we have our next generation here. That's really the most important part of our infrastructure journey, is the next generation. So there is a group out there. Before we look at that, so we've got a little no'iau, or a wise expression in Hawaiian. And so, ohikau ka'ike I ka halau ho'okai means all knowledge is not found in one school. We see this in many other cultures, and certainly it's true. But one source of knowledge is the Institution of Civil Engineers, who have put forward design principles inclusive of presumed climate impacts. It's a very reputable group, and they set standards for engineers all over the world, and they made a summary of some of these that has 6 points of things that they look for. And we'll go into these. I won't go into great detail on all, but it's kind of cool to sort of see how the engineers are thinking about this. But within like 10 seconds of reading each one's description, there was something that just jumped out at me that's already happening, that indigenous people have been doing for hundreds, if not thousands of years in Hawaii. So the first principle, must be able to adaptively transform. This is an image from a newspaper about 100 years ago, showing a fish pond wall in Hilo, Hawaii. And what's notable about the wall is you'll notice it's not straight, it's not a perfect loop. It conforms to the energy of the bay that it's in. And the reason you want that is because if you have a big swell event come through, there's a section of the wall that's going to be most impacted by that, and you either reinforce that section, or, as engineers will do today so that they don't have a catastrophic failure, you design that section to fail. So that section is going to give way and release some of that energy. And then there's a completely different section of the wall that when there's a tsunami, which is a global wave that's coming in, a very long wavelength, your big ocean wind-driven wave, surfing wave section is going to hold, but that tsunami section is going to go, and that's going to help the energy go through and escape. So how would we know that? We would have to be there a long time, paying attention and trying things in order to figure out how to do that. And so it conforms to the international standards for engineering. This wall that was built in Hilo well over 100 years ago continues to be maintained today by some really great folks at the Edith Kanakaole Foundation and others who are restoring and protecting and enhancing fish ponds in Hawaii. Principle 2, it needs to be environmentally integrated. So we think about nature-based solutions being a bit of a buzzword for folks who are looking at infrastructure, but this active environmental maintenance is what I want to highlight. Once the thing is there, it's not designed to be there forever unmaintained. We're not going to douse all of the vegetation around it with Roundup and so that we don't have to come back every day. We're going to make sure we have the ability to pull those weeds, or what we do in groundwater areas is we cover the stumps of the trees, let them grow to a certain size, cut them flat, cover them with shade cloth. These are introduced species of trees, and then chemical free. We keep the water clean, keep the fish happy. These are things that are adapted practices, perhaps enhanced practices, because the trees were not there when these ponds were built. The trees were brought in subsequently, but we still need to maintain the function and the clean water of the area as a primary objective. So we do things that way. And then, I love this one, must be protected by design. So natural disasters, extreme weather, these are things that we want to make sure the infrastructure is not creating more harm than good. But sabotage is on there too. And believe it or not, sabotage is not a new thing for these structures. There are accounts of poachers or rival chiefs coming in and doing damage or seeking to do damage. One of the ways that you mitigate sabotage is you have a presence. You have someone who is there all the time to live in the place and keep everything in line. And so that's one of the things we focus on, is having 7-day-a-week presence. Just not to be enforcers. We're not enforcers. We're educators. We're stewards of the land. We're cultivators. But to help people understand the significance of the place, if they may be transgressing with aloha, let them know what's happening and what the impact of that is. So I'd say we check that box, but the other great thing about this is, so the landscape context matters. This is an image of the south shore of Molokai. You can see the eroded valleys. You can also see, if you look real carefully, this kind of pink line. It's a brown line. It's sediment. It's water that has come from places that goats brought by Vancouver have denuded, and then a big rainstorm washed that sediment down. Now the bay is flooding. This is a problem because the water's dirty. There could be toxins in it. The toxins could be getting into the fish, but it's also killing the coral reef. This is also the south shore of Molokai, where you do see both that the watershed has its vegetation intact on the shoreline, and that there are fish ponds in place. So there is a plume here where there's no fish pond, and then the reef is quite healthy, and so multiple functions. Think of it as growing food, you're correct, but also think of it as buffering nearshore habitat from land-based pollution, you're right. Think of it as protecting shorelines from erosion based from sea level rise and more extreme storms. It does all of that and more, because there's retaining thermal energy. So cool water that's slowly seeping out is likely able to help sensitive nearshore creatures like corals survive warming oceans. Brilliant infrastructure. Then there's still a foundation for this infrastructure that exists in many places in Hawaii. And then there's potential to investigate it for places where it doesn't currently exist. Number 4, I'm going to kind of go a little faster through a couple of these. So sense of community ownership is key. Don't want to restrict people from being able to get to the place, to take care of the place. Arguably and foundationally and ethically, the people who are connected to the place have the right to care for that place. So any law that is not allowing people to take care of it is an unjust law, and I am not advocating for anyone to break any laws, but if you were committed to breaking a law already and wanted to break one about not being able to care for your place. And then it's a shared responsibility. So this is an example. In 2011, the Fukushima tsunami generated a wave that came across the whole Pacific, and it destroyed a channel that connects the fish pond at Kiholo to the ocean. So a fish pond inland with no connection to the ocean can become stagnant pretty quickly. It needs to breathe. It's a living place, and it breathes just like we do every tidal cycle, breathing in and out twice a day. And so it started to get stagnant. Not only that, there were turtles that had gotten kind of washed up on the shore, and they were in trouble. They needed to get out. There were fish trying to come in and go out. So the kahea, or the call, went out to community, and over 200 people showed up. Not only the people, but their tools and their kids and their people making food and the heavy equipment. We didn't use much of that, but there's a little bit of stone movement through that to get it to the people who are placing it by hand. And what would have taken one person probably a month to fix after a disaster, by lunchtime the water was flowing. As soon as the water starts flowing, the turtles start bumping into the legs excitedly of the people who are bringing back the water. So community can take care of it, and then require continuous learning. I think that's where Rising Voices Changing Coast can come in. How can we understand what's happening, what could be happening, what questions we ask? Because we're always learning. And this is also a practice that's very consistent with the sensibility of the folks who innovated this very first fish pond in the world and then said, okay, that worked pretty well, but maybe we build it a little different here over time. Continuous learning, monitoring, data analysis, and evaluation comes into play. And so who do we learn from? Our first teacher is really place. The place is our first teacher. And the place is going to speak the loudest to the people of place. We can all go there. There are ways that we can all feel and hear place speak, but it will never be as loud for somebody who's not from that place. That kupa'aina, kama'aina, from the lands that are being stewarded, is going to hear a place speak. And so these are just some images of elders and the next generation learning from and giving back to place. And the humility that is expressed by these legendary folks who will build a rock wall that, you know, there's billionaires in Hawaii, they would pay a huge sum for this wall. They will not take any money for it, and nor will they consider themselves expert artisans, but indeed they are. Just phenomenal folks giving back to their place, and they will always give credit to the place. If you try to thank them, compliment deflectors right back to the place. And then, because I know this is a journey that we're on, it doesn't end, and I think that that's not something I was taught. Like, I'm not going to fix everything. You know, my son is not going to fix everything. There may be someone in here who is going to fix everything, and if you are, find me after, because I want to get to know you really well. But I think this is something that's very important for us to understand. The world is a dynamic place, and it has been changing, and it is going to change. Learning from the important lessons that our ancestors learned is such a huge, huge advantage to us. And we need to be able to apply those in the world of today, which is a different world than the world in which they were originally learned. And this was articulated really well, I think, by Queen Liliuokalani in her final hours, where she spoke to making our minds strong. And when she says mind, I mean, we think about mind and spirit and body. And one of my dear friends, Auntie Hannah Springer, will say that a light heart is a powerful balm for heavy work. If we can embrace the place is always trying to feed us. Always trying to feed us energy, microbes, levity. And so if we can find that source, there's nothing insincere about doing heavy work with a light heart. And it makes it go so much faster, so much easier, and it's such a gift that we give back to place, because place is listening. Everything that we say, place is listening. Are we putting good things into place? Are we putting negative things into place? So thank you very much for letting me share.
Alex gave us a 10-minute signal, but I don't want to rush you, Bob. So it will be, no, it's okay. The time management is on me. So lesson to the young people, don't manage time like Tim. I don't even know what time means. Yeah, Bob, please take your time, but it probably means we won't have a lot of time for conversation at the end. We won't have any time. But please feel free. I think you'll all be here and would love to chat. So I'm going to just get that out of the way. So take it away, Bob. Yes, I'm sticking. You're good, Bob. Take your time.
You want to roll that out? How do you want to roll that out?
I'm waiting until Bob gives me the signal.
Yeah. Okay.
When he's ready.
Okay. While we're getting the slides ready.
You want it out now?
Not yet. Okay.
I'm a retired architect, and when I retired, I was so concerned about carbon and climate change and what we hadn't accomplished that I started investing a lot of time and energy in that, and I've become what I call an urban acupuncture developer, so I'm the client that the firm always wanted when I was doing the design work. That's what I'm trying to do. We're partway there.
Yeah, almost there. Okay. Cool.
There we go.
Yeah.
Thank you. So, I'm going to do, what I hope to do is, it's a little like throwing rocks on a quiet lake and watching them skip across the water. So I'm going to try to touch on a lot of things that I think relate to what we've heard. And frankly, some of these images, I think you're going to, even the question marks, you're going to think I borrowed from some of our previous speakers. In some ways I have. You'll have a lot more questions than answers, so I have to confess about that now. And I'm indebted to all the speakers and the questions that went before me, because it really, it's just amazing to me how what was been shared is so connected to what I'm trying to accomplish. So I want to take you all home with me. Yeah. And see if I can do this a little more efficiently. And I think Lewis and Clark felt the same way when they're on the Missouri River. They felt blessed by the wisdom they learned from many of your ancestors. And for example, when they came up the Missouri River from St. Louis, from St. Louis to Kansas City, they saw what you see here on the right, an oak savanna. In Kansas City and moving on up the Missouri to the northwest, they started encountering the beautiful tall grass prairie. And they were fascinated. This is Meriwether Lewis's blogs. They were so impressed with this. And both are entirely dependent on fire. Because your ancestors had observed that when the Great Spirit provided lightning, there was more vitality and resilience the following year. And so when the Great Spirit got too busy and didn't provide the fire, they provided the fire. And what resulted from that was this beautiful, rich landscape. And the primary ingredient of that landscape were these what I call deep roots. So what Tim's helping me point out is the length of those roots. And on one side of this, the short roots are conventional wheat. On the other side is Kernza, which was created by the scientists at the Land Institute in Salina and Lawrence. And those roots are 17 feet long. Wow. And those are prairie plants. So West took prairie plants and bred them to become food plants over time, 50 years. Next year is their 50th anniversary. And it is those plants that drive water deep into the soil. It's those roots that provide the perfect habitat for all the microorganisms that build soil. And it is those roots that take the carbon from the atmosphere and drive it 17 feet into the earth to make healthy soil again. Thank you. So that landscape, for example, produced soil when white colonists arrived that was about 3.5 to 4 feet deep along the Missouri River. Today it's about 2 inches. We taken the rest to New Orleans, down the Missouri River, and to New Orleans on the Mississippi, which has created the dead zone in the Gulf. That's what colonialism has done. Because we built structures and we were frightened of the fire, so we suppressed the fire that destroyed this entire system. And so I want us to all think about understanding what the systems were. And I think it's important for all of us, and especially for our children. Some of my knowledge came from this man who I met not far away at the University of Kansas, Bucky Fuller. And Bucky taught me a number of things. One was systems thinking. One was that every decision I make either has a positive or negative impact on planet Earth, no exceptions. And the third was that if I ever should encounter a failure, I shouldn't turn away from it, or worse, run away from it. I should run toward it. Bucky said failure is the greatest opportunity for breakthrough knowledge. And sadly, in my case, I didn't have to wait long to apply that principle, because in the 10th year of my architectural firm, the Hyatt Regency I designed suffered a major collapse. I spent the longest night of my life on the rescue team trying to determine whether or not he killed all these people. But as that question was answered by failure analysis experts and others, new questions began emerging, such as, what is the real impact of my designs on the people I intend to serve? Am I improving their health and vitality and capacity, the vitality of their neighborhood, the community, the watershed, the airshed, the job shed, or not? And then that was 1981. There were not answers readily available to those questions. And so I started reaching out to people, and people started showing up in my life. And so on the left, on your left and right, are Amory Lovelace, the Rocky Mountain Institute, and Wes Jackson, the Land Institute in Salina. Both of them were named by the Smithsonian as two of the 6 people on the planet most likely to change the outcome of the human story. And so at the time, I had about $2.9 billion worth of lawsuits against me and the firm. I was spending a lot of time with attorneys, and I had no time to serve our clients, but I had about 10 to 15% of my time left over, and I started calling people, and they were very generous. They said, I don't have the answer to your questions, but they're important. They hadn't been asked before. If you can ever get 3 of those attorneys to come, and I will help you. We'll look for people to help us answer those questions. And others just showed up, like Leon Shenandoah, who National Geographic called the Chief of Chiefs, who came for a global peace celebration in the mid-'80s with Robert Mueller, the Undersecretary General of the UN, and it changed my life, really. And Dan Wildcat had a lot to do that. He was our connector to that larger universe. What I learned from these individuals and others, and among those 6 people changing the outcome of the human story, changed our approach to design. And our work started changing, in this case, from Kansas City to Vancouver, and what we're designing and building. I realized as I got really invested in that it was critical that I do what I could to change the profession and later the industry. And I spent about 4 decades, most of my time invested in that initiative and the firm supporting me in doing it. And so I won't go into the detail because of time, but the industry has changed a lot. So I credit literally thousands of colleagues all over the planet who helped me create these organizations and these new ideas and principles. And during that time, NSF took me to Antarctica with 6 other quote, experts to change the design of U.S. installations on the ice because we were being criticized by other countries about our misbehavior, and they were exactly right. When I got there, we were the prime example of the problem in the way we had settled in Antarctica. I arrived shortly after we had passed the carbon density atmosphere past 350 parts per million. As probably most of you know, is considered to be the highest level that will support human life over time. And so all of a sudden, they were on red alert. But for me and my team, in addition to doing a new plan for our installations in Antarctica, we spent a lot of time trying to bend that curve back down by strategies I would start trying to promote when I got back to the States. And that then further informed our design. So now we're still doing buildings that pretty much look like the old buildings, but these buildings generally generate more power than they consume. They generally are much healthier buildings. They generally address the genius of the place in which we were putting the building and trying to renew the vitality of that place and celebrate the culture and life that was presented for us, and in this case from New York on the left to California on the right. A whole new concept of buildings was born out of that process. It's called the Living Building Challenge. And this is a section through one of those living buildings, which is in Rhinebeck, New York, at the Omega Institute. We use the flower as a metaphor for this rating system to see how well you're doing in trying to make your building operate like a living system. In spite of all the successes, and they are globally, we took the U.S. Green Building Council, which we had created in the United States and made it the World Green Building Council, and really good things, frankly, are happening with the built environment all over the planet. But in spite of that, carbon has developed, put us in a danger zone. Just, it's shocking to me how fast that has happened. And I personally think, and I'd love for Tim to speak to this later, that it's not any longer dominated by the, well, some of it is a factor of poor buildings and poor built environment. But a bigger factor is what we've already released that's in the atmosphere, creating all this havoc that we haven't invited back to Earth aggressively, which is what I've been focusing on now since I retired from the firm. I've become this crazy developer who's trying to sequester carbon while we do development and do it really aggressively. And so I thought I might share in terms of faulty thinking. I normally ask a question because of time I won't. The question is, do you know why Egypt invested multiple generations of wealth in building these monuments in the middle of the desert? The answer is it wasn't a desert. It was the Nile River Valley, the most fertile land in that region of the world. But they mismanaged the land and they created the desert. And the real thing I want you to consider is we're making deserts a lot faster than they did at breakneck speed with this kind of equipment. And we've developed now, with very large equipment, a technology that sucks our aquifers, an inch of water from our aquifers totally dry. And we're over the Ogallala here, which supplies most of the wheat and corn in this country, and it's just about gone. If you fly a lot, which I am prone to do, and look down, you can see when you look at the pivot irrigation, the results of that. Because the chemicals and the water and the soil depletion are at the point. In the old days, those circles were all bright green and around it were brown. And now, and that's pretty much the pattern we create. This community, I've now worked in 12 communities in post-disaster environments. And this one is Greensburg, Kansas, not too far from here. You see on the left a view of the city the morning after the tornado removed it from the face of the earth. Thank God they had a lot of basements. There would have been deaths, would have been actually only 10 were killed. It was a miracle. Only the grain elevator, reinforced concrete cylinders, survived. On the right, you see the town they built back. If you look right at the top, you see the top of the grain elevator. That's Main Street. And it has native landscaping. So those plants in the planters, which are brand new then, have roots like the one you just saw because they take all the water and put it in the ground and they're sequestering carbon. All those buildings are LEED Platinum buildings. And furthermore, we helped them create funding to build a wind farm that generates 5 times the energy they use, and they sell 4/5 of that back to the grid as an income for the community. So back to Leon Shenandoah, when he came with Robert Mueller, the Secretary General of the UN, while here, Leon taught me, I think Dan knew this, but I didn't know it. He taught me that we had created a unique heart spirit, he called it. He said, I'm an elder man, I travel all over the world, and when I do, I grow weary. The one exception is when I am here, when my heart grows strong and my spirit soars like an eagle. He said, this is the most critical resource on the planet today, and you need to do something to remind yourselves of this and teach your children. So with Dan's help and many others, you see a newspaper clipping here about 30 years ago, we planted 3-foot saplings and started creating a heart forest on the airport, so you can see there where it is. Can't quite see it, maybe. Yeah. And there it is today. So these trees are now 50, 60 feet tall, and we're renewing it as I speak. We're going to put lights around it so people can see it taking off the landing dusk to dawn. And it's a very special place. There's this sacred place right in the center, and when you're in that forest, magic happens. So we're going to add social media and a lot of things that didn't exist when we planted it. to try to share this idea of the heart, spirit, and heart-centered actions. I think it's a much greater need for it today than when Leon challenged us to do something in the beginning. I'm going to close with just a couple things we're currently doing. One is east of Kansas City, there's a botanic garden, a really good one. The Powell Gardens is called, and you see it in the center of that image. They have about 600 acres outside the garden that they own that they've done nothing with. It was a farm. And so that farm, when they stopped using it, kind of became a dense forest, a mess. And so we have created, with help from USDA, Lincoln University, other universities, Audubon and others have partnered with us to create the Midwest Center for Regenerative Agriculture on that land. And they have great facilities where we can house farmers and educate them and so on. And we're still working on the conservation work. We started with fire, reintroduced fire in that place for the first time in, well, since Lewis and Clark, since the settlers came. We've introduced Red Devon, which is America's #1 heritage breed. It's what the settlers ordered when they first got them. If you saw the paintings of the Oregon Trail, it looked like red oxen were pulling those wagons. They were actually Devon cattle. And we're teaching the citizens what regenerative ag is all about, all the components. In this case, they're making mushroom logs on a weekend. And then finally, we have been selected by the city in a competitive bid environment to redevelop about 220 acres next to the Truman Sports Complex where the Chiefs and Royals play. You see in the background. And basically it's an aggregate, so we're building a new community of about 250 residences and a place to teach people about regenerative ag and healthy food, healthy land, healthy people, and do training about immersing people in nature and in growing healthy, high-density nutrient food. So Bucky also taught me this. I didn't mention that at the beginning, but there's one other quote that I think applies to this that gives me hope, and that is, Churchill said, you can always count on Americans to do the right thing after they've tried everything else and failed. And I think we're just there. We've tried everything else. So now we can move on and do this work. Thank you very much.
Yeah, just, I think, Alex, thank you for your patience and help. I think we're still okay.
Yeah, this is great.
But no time for questions, right?
We have an additional 30 minutes at the end of the day for this reason.
Okay.
So,
Should we have allow for a couple of questions?
Yeah, people have them.
Okay. Any questions here in the audience? Yes.
I have a question about that housing development they're going to be making. Is it going to be like affordable housing, or is it going to be like $1 million housing? Or $2 million houses that are considered for matching?
That is a great question, and they will be healthy, affordable housing, net zero energy.
Give me the microphone.
Yeah, so I was just going to repeat the question. The question was the housing development going to be affordable? And I'll hand it to Bob.
Yes, it will be affordable. It will be net zero energy, if not energy positive. And we hope to partner with people who are already doing research in this area. And we heard, obviously, a keynote and some other really interesting facts about that. So we are going to partner with institutions to do the research. We won't do that on the land to begin today. By the way, it was a toxic dump. It was a men's prison, a women's prison. The prisoners were the farmers, so it's called the municipal farm now. When they shut down the prisons, they started storing the city's toxic waste in one of the greenhouses there, and the Star renamed it Fort Hazard. And so we're converting Fort Hazard to, if you've heard the term, a blue zone by design. A blue zone are places on the planet where people tend to live to be 100 and beyond and are healthy. And so we're trying to create those things and partner with institutions that will help us be clear about the science and keep track of the data.
Maybe one more? Yeah, Bridget.
So I guess for all speakers, but definitely for Dr. Harjo, thinking about that future, designing for future that you talked about, this is the design. It may not, my question for you, I guess, is I'm thinking about our wetlands. We keep thinking about how do we mitigate the challenges of the road being, essentially cutting off the two halves of our wetlands there and breaking up our wetland valley in the Wakarusa Valley. But then I think, okay, then here's what it, here's us taking the road away and what it looks like, right? And so I guess my question is, if you have a built environment, when you were designing your future, right, space, then did you build with a bit of accommodation for what was there, or did you say, okay, we're not even moving the structures that are there to a separate spot, we're just building in that space, we're overlaying what we think should be there? How was your approach?
So for that, the students were instructed to, it's a park, so wherever there were open spaces, that's where they were doing, we're kind of imagining. But some didn't necessarily do that, and thinking about Haskell wetlands, because that was one of kind of my first forays in thinking about planning here at KU and Haskell wetlands, and thinking about like everything coming off the road to oil, fuel, the runoff from that into the wetlands, and how to think about mitigating that. But so in thinking about that area kind of bisected by the road, how can you also think about planning right now with strategies that do connect that? So I know in Montana, they have a land bridge for animals to cross over. We did a project with a tribe in the El Paso area where their land is not contiguous. So how can you kind of do this kind of place making and ways to connect disparate areas together? And there are ways to think about doing that where maybe you're creating activity, you're drawing activity into different nodes that pulls you to the next non-contiguous area. So that would probably take maybe meeting with all the stakeholders, from children to elders, and what they think about like engaging with that space, if that is something that wanted to happen. But that would be a first step that I would think about, like for future making about Haskell wetlands, because I do think about Haskell wetlands because I used to go over there. But thank you for that question.
I was just wondering, maybe quickly, Chad, if you had a response from the lessons, you showed me like those images of the fish ponds that were the base rocks. I don't know if you have a quick response to add to Laura's to that question. Sorry,
No, because I think your response was perfect for here, but thank you. I was curious, if it's okay, can I ask you a question? Is that all right? sorry, I'm off script here. But was there something surprising about the way that your students approached this, what a community looks like? Was there a way that you wouldn't have anticipated that they did through their design?
Yeah. So the Wulani Forest, it used to be Muskogee land. It went into the land lottery. It became a plantation. There were enslaved people on the lands. There are enslaved people buried on the land somewhere. The city has used that space to bury zoo animals. It became a prison farm. It got decommissioned, I think, in the 80s. Everything started returning back to forest, and then they wanted to recarceralize the space, I guess. So I think in walking through by some of the groups, and for folks that weren't coming from indigenous communities or an indigenous worldview, and they were from maybe coming to take a class to see what it was about, they were thinking of it as like straight up city planning. But our Itawagi, our tribal towns, they were political, spiritual, ceremonial, economic units they were dismembered. And today they operate in disparate ways. So when I think our indigenous students in Native American studies, they understood that. But for maybe somebody coming in from architecture, I walked by one group and they were like, okay, do we want a post office? Do we want a jail? And I'm like, we do not have jails in our future community. Like, what? What? And I think that was really surprising. And then hearing them kind of puzzle through, like, oh, if people aren't going to be there all the time, what are we going to do? Are we going to have like a hotel type thing, really tall? People have security cards. And so that was that thing of puzzling through, well, how did we operate in this space before? Because we have pulled that socio-spatial use all the way through time to here. How our indigenous churches are set up with, it basically operates like a de facto community center with camp houses around it. Our ceremonial grounds, like we still operate like that. So I think some of them got it, but then it was maybe an aha moment for other folks. So, yeah.
So we'll end there for sure. But thank you so much to our panel. It was amazing. I learned an awful lot. So thanks again.
Yeah, that was awesome. Thank you so much. I was taking so many pictures, if that's okay. Thank you, Laura, Chad, and Bob. Thank you so much, and thank you so much, Tim, for facilitating that. Up next, we have just two more pieces to today's agenda. We have the student presentations led by Dr. Stephanie Willis, who is our GIS researcher and instructor as a part of the RBCC project, and she has brought 4 students who are going to share about their work. Again, these are students that have interfaced with the RBCC project, whether through the summer program or otherwise, and so these are students we've been working with that have fantastic work to talk about. And then after that, last but not least, we have Dr. Jennifer Sanchez-Hernandez, her panel at the end there. And stick around, we're going to wrap up with just a couple of announcements here at the end, but we want to make sure we get people out to do their next things, of course.
Dr. Wildcat often jokes that we, on this grant, needed to go slow to go fast to get the work done. In this case, we have to go really fast to then go slow because one of the student presenters has to take off to get back to work. So we're going to go quickly at the beginning and then hopefully have a little time to slow the pace down a little bit for you. Getting their slides pulled up now.
So sorry, I just bumped into me. Okay. Glasses Okay. While they're getting set up and while their presentations are going, I know Lomikai Media wish that they could be here, as well as our project members at Ohana Foundation. And they sent something to my house for you, Dr. Wildcat. So I thought I'd do this, hope it's not too embarrassing. I didn't know that these were coming, but you've got your own coffee. Noted for its ferocity. Nice. So you've got RBCC coffee. There's a whole box of it. So one of which
Wildcat, Kona coffee.
Yeah.
There you go. Right on my week.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Keep you going strong after these couple of days. So anyway, I thought that was really cute. All right, I think that they are ready to go, so I'm going to hand it off.
Thank you all for coming. It's so wonderful to see everyone here. I've been getting to know these 4 students better. They are either prior or current Haskell students that have all participated in one of the RVCC internships in the summertime. They've been to Alaska and Louisiana, and so they're going to tell you a little bit about all that, as well as their current research projects. They are a wonderful group of students. Earlier, the message was given that we should be more like water, and it made me think about how in my classes, when we talk about the properties of water, water is sticky. Water wants to stick to itself. There's hygroscopic properties and things like that. So I feel like we should be more like water. We should stick together. You know, water moves against the force of gravity on your shower wall to form big droplets and things like that. So I am very happy to stick with this crew. This is a good crew. I got sappy, I'm sorry. So Shayless is going to go first, and she's going to introduce herself because poor thing has to get back to work in 14 minutes. So here we go.
Eslango, my name is Shayless Jones. I am a sophomore at Haskell. I'm Miccosukee Band of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma. I'm on Student Government Association as a sophomore representative, and I joined RVCC in my first semester actually as an intern here, and then I applied for the summer internship with Paulette Blanchard later on, and that was how I was able to go on the Louisiana trip, was because I was lucky enough to be chosen. I primarily study public policy, and I'm majoring in American Indian Studies. Public policy is one of those areas where people usually don't think about it a whole lot, or try not to think about it, especially nowadays. But public policy is very important in my opinion because it almost encompasses every single facet of your life, whether you know it or not. You know, the seats that we sit on, you know, they're only safe for, you know, people to sit on because it was determined that it had to be within a specific limit by the state. It had to be determined what was put in those chairs, like it was determined by law and public policy. And it's kind of like when you live in a society, it's hard to escape public policy. And that includes climate change, because with climate policy, like, it's vitally important that those standards are upheld even in the highest law of the land. And it often is created where, like, anthropocentrism clashes with the ideals for climate policy because of the fact that it creates like a false dichotomy of like, oh, we can't have human needs met when we are going for climate policy, but that's not true. It's a false dichotomy because of the fact that we can combine strategies from indigenous philosophies to like pave a better future for our children and pave a better future with involving the earth in decision making when it comes to laying out the groundwork of what we want to see. And my experience with RVCC that I learned over the summer, we helped for one of the activities. We made a solar panel for the Point of Shen tribe, and that meant that they were able to be self-sustainable in the event that a hurricane blew through their community, which was basically inevitable because they were close to the coast. They had to deal with those climate issues more often than a lot of people further in, like hurricanes, than further inland. Another activity that we did was creating oyster bags, which oyster bags are an interesting thing where you put, in order for oysters to reproduce, they have to attach to an older oyster. And how you can simulate that is by putting older oyster shells into a bag that is porous, and then all those baby oysters can attach to the older oyster shells and create a barrier that protects against erosion in the midterm. It's not an entirely long-term solution, but it is a midterm solution. It will last longer than a very short-term solution. And we were creating those.
Another thing that I learned with RBCC is connecting with the local tribes. We got to meet several chiefs of the tribes and the leaders in their tribes, and we got to hear the different perspectives of how they were helping their tribes, which there is no one solution to like how you're supposed to respond to the climate crisis. All of them responded in different ways that were beneficial to their community. They were responding to the needs of their community, and it's not going to look like the same thing every time. There was something that you had to give up every time you decided to either move or stay, and like you just had to pick your battles basically, and that looked different for every tribe. And then as well as learning about generosity, which every single day that we were staying with the people near Pointe du Chêne, and we met with other chiefs, they like made us seafood boils every single day, which is a luxury. Like that is them giving their wealth to us. That is them sharing it with us. Because it wasn't just a little bit, it was a lot of seafood. They gathered it, and they personally did too, because that's their way of self-sustaining, is having their own trawlers to go out and get the food. So that is them sharing that with us. And that was incredibly kind to see. Because all that's talked about in a lot of the documentaries that they talk about, they talk about obviously the climate issues, but they don't focus on how generous the communities are and how much they're still living. They're not just surviving, they're sometimes living. And that's something that's glossed over a lot of the time, and you don't experience that unless you go to these places. So the lessons that I've learned are that there is no one solution to dealing with the climate crisis, because all these chiefs, they decided different things. Indigenous methods and philosophies, not all of them can be applied in the now, just copy and paste, because we live in a different time after colonization. But we can use them as a guidepost of where we're aiming to be. We can use them as a way to kind of guide us to maybe potentially putting those practices into place. We can use the methodologies. Indigeneity exists within every continent. Like we read from different authors from Canada and New Zealand. We are given a lot of literature, and some of them were, not from America, and we got to hear from other indigenous perspectives from other continents. Indigenous communities obviously deserve to be at the forefront of their own decision making. Indigenous communities are often told, why don't you just move? Well, when you move, you give up something. You give up your indigenous lifeways to move inland away from what you know. And it's very short-sighted to say, you should just move. So, indigenous communities, if you were involving them in the process, they would tell you, we don't want to move for this, that, and the other reason, or if we do, it's going to involve a lot of cost. And then, obviously, communities deserve to decide for themselves how to, go about moving, which we got to see one community that did move, which is the Isle of Jean Charles. They moved inland, and they gave up a lot to do that. They gave up living near the bayou, basically. And then obviously, I'd like to thank everyone that helped get to me to this point, which was initially Dr. Wildcat and Dr. Bolton, because I was involved a lot with them early on, and they were the ones that introduced me to this program in the first place. Dr. Wildcat showed up to the welcome seminar and said, I have an internship that's going to Louisiana, Puerto Rico, Alaska, and I had no idea what it is, and I'm like, I need to sign up for that. I need to sign up for that. Whatever it is, I'm going to do it. And I did, and I'm so glad I was able to. So that was the only reason that I ever heard about it. I'd also like to thank all the mentors that we met, because they were incredibly generous with their time, taking time out of their day to speak with us, taking time out of their busy schedules to come speak with us, because that takes a lot of effort, And then I also like to thank, Paulette Blanchard for the person who is helping shepherd us around. She gave gifts to every single person that we met with so that they wouldn't, go without something when we visited, And I'd also like to thank everyone that we met in Louisiana who helped us with that too. And also Dr. Shapen, right there. Dr. Shapen was a saint. I was going on a trip with her. 8. And I just really appreciate everyone that's involved. And I really thank y'all for your guidance. Thank you. These are some pictures from the trip.
You can't take the clicker back to me.
Hello everybody, I am one of the RBCC interns from the 2024 cohort. I was one of the lucky few interns to go to Alaska. And before I begin, let me introduce myself. Yate Shikado Shidna, Shae Summer Polyanasia, Nakai Dina Michelin, Nahamle Bushashin, Sitna Jane Dashache, Nahamle Dashanella. Hello, I am Summer Powell. I am born for the Mexican people. I am Black. My maternal grandfather is Black, Blackstreet Wood Clan, and my Mela is Black as well. I'm from Windrock, Arizona. I'm a citizen of the Navajo Nation. I'm a Haskell alum too as well. I earned my BA in Indigenous Studies. I then went on to the Hill at KU for my graduate in my MA in Indigenous Studies. My thesis was in autoethnography about the Supreme Court case Arizona versus Navajo Nation. And right now, currently, I am a PhD student and a graduate teaching assistant in the Department of Women and Gender and Sexuality Studies at KU. Thank you. I'm the first Native in that program as well as the first Haskell alum in that program as well. Thank you. My RBCC experience was rich in culture. I loved every single minute of that trip, especially going to Alaska. I learned about climate change from a northern perspective and learned about how adapting to new effects of climate change. While learning, being out there in Alaska, I learned definitely about how the economic factor, which I'll go into in my next slide. My main focus while I noticed being out in Alaska was the price of everything. Being in Anchorage, the price was still a bit higher compared to here. It's compared to the lower 48, but still the average cost of eating was about like $20 to $30. And as a broke college student, I'm always trying to find the best way to save my money. So it was kind of hard to save my money while out in Alaska. However, when we went to Utqiagvik, Alaska, Barrow, the price of everything skyrocketed. The price of a bottle of water, I guess, that I would pay daily would be like $6 to $10, which is insane. And as someone who loves Spam, I was like, what? How much do I have to pay for Spam? And you can see, it's in the next one. I'm so sorry, I forgot to go to the next slide. This is right here. The price of Spam was insane for me. I was like, almost cried a little bit. But on a serious note, I think having to export goods can be mental, physical, and emotional, like an emotional challenge, but also can affect your environment. What I was thinking about while we were out there, I was thinking about elders who want to drink soda but can't because they're thinking of the ripple effects of climate change. There were certain times where I wanted to help out as much as I could, so I would try as best as I could. If a kid wanted something, I would give it to them. If they wanted to be able to, play around in something else, I would just be like, go ahead, even though I'm not the parent. But it was a really great experience to have, besides the economic factor. Being able to sit with community members, and we got there just in time for the Whaling Festival, And we got to talk to everybody, enjoy kinship with one another, community with one another. And it was nice to see like the multi-generational aspect of it all too as well. I just want to say climate change is happening. It really is. It's real, and I am beyond happy to see everybody who is here trying to fight the good fight, who are trying to save Mother Earth as well. I thank our indigenous relatives from Palestine to Chile for constantly reminding me to do my part in fighting climate change or stopping climate change and trying to be a good advocate and good relative for that too as well. My work has evolved from my senior capstone at Haskell, from my doctoral work at KU. My capstone project was about weeding practices for the Diné people. I have not looked back at it since. I probably need to. I probably would like to make some edits to that and potentially get it published or something, just so I could just, for the sake of it, but also have a good citation on my CV. My master's thesis, as mentioned before, was about the Supreme Court case, Arizona versus Navajo Nation. In that piece, I described my personal relationship to water and water accessibility on my res. A lot of that work was emotionally draining just because I had to look deep within my own self and within my own community and having to realize, excuse my French, shit is fucked up. It is, and I was trying my best to realize that, you know, times are changing and I need to change with the times as well. My doctoral work, as I'm currently in, I'm still deciding where I'm at. I'm still trying to focus on what I want to do. I'm stuck between two, which is being Diné and Nahifne, which means Black and Navajo. So I'm trying to decide how to merge that with water accessibility for Diné women. And so I'm trying to find that connection with my advisor, Sarah Deere, who I'm very thankful for, who was my advisor for my master's thesis and also my doctoral advisor too as well. I just want to say, this little girl up here in the red, I just want to say I am forever striving to create a better world for her, and I want to be in a land that I'm proud to live in. Even when I'm stressed and tired, I want to know that I'm a Diné Edzan scholar. And my sister is in this video too as well. I know she's trying to bring me down, but she can't bring me down. But with that, I say, Ahiahat Ninsago, many thanks.
Yat Eshgadosh Shadi and Italian Share. Autoanigil Shingi Air Technisan Nishlan, Torichki any Bashinchin, Ash Ishiche, Techini Dashanale, Ado Bishobijin Bishki Detnasha, Akot Ego Dinastan Nishlan. Before I share my research, I want to introduce myself. Greetings, friends and relatives. I am Tangles People clan, born for Bitterwater. My maternal grandfather clan is Red Bottom, and my paternal grandfather's clan is Red Running to Water. I come from Blue Gap, Arizona, on the Navajo Nation. I attend Haskell Nations University, where I'm earning my bachelor's degree in environmental science. I'm also a first-generation college student and a student ambassador for America.
So many scenarios you can prepare for. You have some batteries, but not all. Just in time to take them. Yeah.
Okay, I'm a first-generation college student and a student ambassador for American Indian College Fund, and through that partnership, I collaborated with the Haskell Greenhouse and created a medicinal community garden here on campus. Growing up, my family often turned to traditional plants, and these plants were not just remedies, they were relatives and teachers that connected us to the land and to one another. That understanding shaped how I approach research, and for me, Indigenous research is built on relationship, respect, and responsibility. It reminds us that knowledge lives within the land and our communities. With that foundation, my research explores how heat stress from climate changes affects pollinators' visits to prairie medicinal plants. Through this work, I hope to show how Indigenous values can guide environmental science in ways that can protect both the land and communities that depend on it. Why does this study matter? Restoring balance between plants and pollinators. Climate changes causes hotter summers and irregular rainfall and stress on prairie medicinal plants. These plants are vital to native communities for medicinal culture and ecosystems. When pollinators decline, plants produce fewer flower seeds and threatening the balance of prairie ecosystems and traditional medicine practices. These healing compounds within these plants are known as secondary metabolics, and when they're highly sensitive to environmental stress. This understanding shows how shade influences from heat stress and pollinator activities is crucial for developing effective adaptation strategies. And my research and my hypothesis, the purpose of this experiment was to explore whether shade can help sustain plant health and pollinators' activities during extreme heat. My hypothesis was in full sun sites, they will show more heat stress, shorter bloom period times, and fewer pollinators. And my shaded sites will stay cooler, longer flowers, and attract more pollinators. This project was guided by Indigenous approach to science that honors relationship, responsibilities, and respect with the people in the land. Research sites and experiments. This research was a part of my undergraduate research environmental 480, and this study was conducted on the Haskell Nations University Prairie, focusing on the late season medicinal plants, which happened, this study continued over 5 consecutive weeks. And I created 6 5x5 feet plots grouped into A, B, and C. Each plot had one shaded and unshaded, and with the shaded, we had a lidded sun and shade cooling kit, which was like put on top, and then we left the unshaded area out in the open prairie. And the medicinal relatives that were studied were goldenrod, asters, and sunflowers. And I also put up trail cameras, which were established at Site C to monitor the pollinators' presence and activity. And I also did a literature review that supported this study, including medicinal textbooks and prairies and field guides, which all help identify and understand the cultural significance and guide in harvesting practices. And then my data collection methods. I collected 3 things, the pollinator observation, plant health, and I also took notes and took photos. Within the pollination observation, I did a 10-minute time count, and I grouped the pollinators into the taxonomic group. And when I recorded the plant health, I was able to rate the flower intensity, leaf conditions, and the overall vigor. And I was able to record the temperature, humidity, wind, and the UV index, which was recorded weekly. And then here's my plant health indicator table that I used for the flower intensity, which was 0 to 5, all the way down from the leaf condition, vigor, and the phenological stage. And then these are the equipments that I use within this project. And then next one. Pollinators and observation of monarchs. The study was focused on pollinators observations against shaded and unshaded plots. The trail cameras were used to confirm the species presence and timing. Some limitations were due to the batting and angle issues. The goal was to examine how microclimates influence pollinators' activities and the bloom timings, which is just like looking at the shaded and unshaded plots. And then here's the results and findings. The unshaded plots, there was a total of 389 89 total pollinators, and then in the shaded sites there were 676 total pollinators. The pollinators visits were significantly higher in the shaded sites period during peak heat, and then the shaded sites had longer flower periods and less leaf damage compared to the unshaded sites. And then the graph up here is what I recorded, which was the UV and the temperature, the humidity, and here, let me see from here. And then the little dotted line right there is my unshaded, and then right underneath is the dotted line is the shaded, and then the pink one is the unshaded. So you can see a decrease in that. And in week 1, the temperature was really high. It was at peak bloom. Week 2, it was stable, and then week 3 it starts to decline. And you can tell from week 3 there was a significant visual evidence that there was just the leaves were just burned, and the leaves were burned, and then there was less pollinators by that time. And then discussion reflections. Results indicated that shade treatment significantly reduced heat stress, extended bloom durations, and increased pollinators' visitation rates. These outcomes highlight how shaded structures as low-cost, effective microclimate strategies are built for resilience and prairie medicinal ecosystems under rising temperatures. Despite limited camera data and field observations clearly showed a difference between shaded and unshaded plots, this study reinforces the importance of cultural-rooted environmental research and the need to protect plant pollinators and interactions that support ecosystems and community well-being. And then my conclusion. Healing is not physical, it's spiritual, beginning with our relationship to the land. Indigenous knowledges teach us that science and stories work together in restoring balance and belonging and healing. This study also reminds us that even small acts of providing shade can protect both plants and pollinators in climate changes. This study demonstrates how community adaptations can strengthen prairie ecosystems and protect medicinal relatives that hold our meaning and memory and medicine for our community. And then acknowledgements. I would like to thank Courtney King, Dr. Wildcat, Dr. Paulette Blanchard, and Dr. Chapin for your mentorship and guidance. Grateful to the RVCC program and the Kate Embry Research Program for opportunities to learn and grow. And to my close friends and family for their support and encouragement along the way. And I'd like to thank RVCC. I was the group that went to Louisiana, and I feel like ever since I came back, I feel like that program really grounded me and pushed me in the direction where I want to go. And I'm just grateful to be here, and I'm happy you are all here to just be here, and I don't know, just being able to listen to us, because it really makes a difference in our lives as well. So thank you guys so much.
Hello, I'm Jesus Resendez, and I was part of the RCC 2024 internship for Alaska. About me, I'm Jesus Resendez. I'm enrolled in Ponca, Oklahoma, Deer Clan, and I live in Enid, Oklahoma. I'm a student at Haskell Nations University. I'm a senior studying environmental science, and crossing my fingers, I'm able to graduate this fall. I plan to attend grad school to continue being a native in STEM. So here are some pics from our Anchorage trip, and I don't know, it was just so beautiful over there, and the culture over there was so rich too. And so I don't know if you can see. Does it have a laser? Oh, right here. This was my favorite part of visiting this home right here, because they would use this, I guess, to travel between different planes of existence and stuff. And so I don't know, they don't really talk about that in science in general from our meetings from RCC. And if you see here, this is the entrance of Alaskan homes and stuff. And so the width of it is small enough to where humans can go in, but bears can't. So I don't know, that was like really cool to like see, because it kind of looks like a back door, like I don't know. And while we were in Whittier, we saw like this like hotel right here, where like all of the population of the city like lives. So like that was like pretty cool to see. And these are the places that we went to, like on the map. And we went to Utqiagvik, Alaska, like as our like second part of like being in Alaska. And in this picture, you can see like these Alaskan natives like jumping on this. I can't remember what it's called, but it's at the Naluktuk, where like they're jumping on this thing like to celebrate like their harvest and stuff like that. Like they would traditionally like one like tribe would be like on one side and tribe on the other side of like the water, and so when they would be jumping, like they would, like that's like their signal like they had a successful harvest. And there are some other pictures, and I don't know. I think being in Utqiagvik was like, I don't know, like seeing like climate change like you know, real life, because I don't know how normal it is like to see jellyfish in, you know, the Arctic, because like I kind of like imagine that being, you know, like warmer, you know, seasons and stuff like that. So I don't know, it was just like really bizarre to see that, kind of scary, but there's this like really cool picture of me like on the ice in the summer, like I don't know, like that's so cool. And here's another like, I couldn't make like a cool like ArcGIS like thing like to show where we went and stuff, but this is like a map from like from Apple Pictures or whatever. And so we attended a symposium at the Barrow Arctic Research Center hosted by Utqiagvik Nupiaq Corporation, UIC. There we heard of a new species of worm that was found in the liver of seals. They don't know if it like affects like the seal like as a parasite, but the locals that do know this information discard the whale, and some just discard like the liver. And I know those kind of like scary to like hear too, because like this worm that's in like the liver is like due to like climate change, like the warmer climate, like just like the water warming up. And I feel like this experience like also like pushed like me wanting to be, you know, like a representation of like natives in STEM, because while we're over there, like a symposium like in the Arctic, like in a village, there was like no like local like, you know, people like presenting their work. Like they had people coming in from like the University of Georgia and like local like non-indigenous scientists in like the village. So I don't know, that just like really stuck with me, because like I don't know, we need to like be there and stuff like that. And here's another image of like seeing land erosion like happen in real time. Like I don't know, that was like weird to see too, because like I'm used to just seeing it like in pictures and like articles and stuff. And here's another photo of the Naluktuk, of like the locals like, you know, setting up, being able to like share the harvest and stuff. And it was like a little like sad and like scary to hear too that they didn't like harvest as much like whale and seal due to like the lack of ice that they, you know, had to use to carry like the seal and like where the seal was like hanging out and stuff. And this is all due to like Arctic amplification. And I don't know, that was like scary to hear too. And here's like a video of us leaving the Arctic. And like, I don't know why, but it just felt like so like sad like leaving them, because like that was like my first time in a village in like a real like native community, like where they all had to like depend on each other. It's like, you know, like here in the States, you know, people are easy to like, you know, move away or, you know, find their own community like outside of like their tribal lands and stuff. But here, like they all had to depend on each other. And go back to this slide. This is like the food that they had like for the like next year. Like this had to last them until like June 2025. And because as like Summer mentioned, like food is like really expensive over there. Like spam was like $15 for like one can, and it was just, I don't know, it's just so like sad to see, but they are surviving. They are like, you know, taking it like community, and you know, I really do love that, and I just like can't like thank RDCC enough for, you know, taking me on board, you know, being like an intern, because I don't know, it was like a launch pad for me, because like after RDCC, I went to Montana for like a summit, SACNAS, ACES, and even like working with Stephanie Willis, and it's just like so much, and even working with Dr. Chapin, which I never thought would happen. But I don't know, it was just like, I don't know, it's surreal to like kind of put it all into perspective of like it all started with RDCC, and like I really can't thank, you know, Dr. Wildcat and all the people I don't like, you know, see behind the scenes of like RDCC, like, you know, making, you know, my life happen as like a STEM like native student. So I'd just like to thank all of you for, you know, taking me on that.
We're doing on time. Do we have time for questions, Alex, or not really?
What time is it now?
It is 3:11 right now. Do we have any quick-ish
Any
questions?
questions? I have two questions. Anyone have a question? Yeah, Laura.
Thank you. This was so inspiring and amazing. And I wonder if any insights on things you learned through RVCC that then you have taken back into the classroom. Like, how has it transformed you as a student that is sitting in the classroom?
So I feel like how I've taken my experience with RVCC, because we read a lot of Native authors while in the internship before we decided to go to Alaska. So it was interesting. So now that when I'm in my doctoral work, I try to focus on Native authors and try to make sure that I'm using storytelling as the piece to boost up my argument. So, like for instance, with my thesis, I used my own personal experiences with water accessibility. And so when I translated that into the RVCC experience, I noticed that I used storytelling as my main focus. And that's why I decided to do an autoethnography rather than a typical thesis with like numbers and maps and graphs and stuff. So I used my own experiences.
Maybe one more question?
One more question. Anyone have a question?
I think Chad had his hand up first, but.
for India, and that's just utilization of the medicinal plants. You know, how would you say that they're still being utilized a lot? Are there things that people need to know or understand in order to do that responsibly?
Growing up, my grandma, I lived far away from urban areas, so I lived on the Blue Gap on the Navajo Nation in Blue Gap, Arizona. So Walmart and like Target or a convenience store wasn't just close by down the road. So when something was hurting or when we had sores in our mouth, my grandma was like, just go back there and go grab some plants. But like she knew which one to use, and like I feel like today in today's society, a lot of Indigenous students are trying to reclaim their culture, and I feel like establishing this garden here has opened up a lot of perspectives for Indigenous people, and I feel like just having a garden like that just really opens up the minds for Indigenous students out here, and it helps them, it gives them purpose. For me, it gives me purpose, and then it just puts me on the right step, and I feel like medicinal plants are continuing to be used, and yeah. Thank you.
See why I like hanging out with these kids. They're really fun to be with. Thank you all for coming, and I know we've got a really great panel coming up next.
Sorry, Deanna. Either we did direct deposit or is it, yep. So, this is, we have one remaining flyer for the summer internship that I'm going to put back out on the table out there. It looks like a lot of people were very interested and picked up all of the flyers. It's like 40 of those. Wow. So we're very excited to be offering this internship again for this summer, and the students will be going to Puerto Rico this upcoming summer. So very exciting. Please help yourself to the food that's out there in the lobby. There's definitely a couple of different kinds of snacks and things like that. So just a reminder that there remains refreshments. We are going to start kind of cleaning up just a little bit out there, so I'm just letting you know. Go out there and grab some. But speaking of Puerto Rico, our last but not least panel is on care and caregiving, and Dr. Jennifer Santos-Hernandez is one of the co-PIs of our RBCC grant, so among our leadership. And she has brought with her one of her collaborators from the Puerto Rico region, Francisco, and I think, is it Chad?
Chad is in the back.
Chad, okay, so they're going to go ahead and get it started to kick us off so that we stay somewhat on time, and then when you guys are done, all we have is just minimal closing remarks. So,
Thank you so much. So we're going to wait a minute for Chad to come back from the bathroom. Okay, so yeah, waiting a minute. Chad is back. So we're gonna get going. So. Awesome. Okay. So thank you so much for staying so late, and I'm very thankful for the opportunity to coordinate this panel and to collaborate with two people that I very much appreciate. One that I have known for a few years now, and another one that I'm getting to know and very much enjoying working together, Shad. So we have Shad Wiggins from Huialoha Kiholo, in Big Island, Hawaii, and we have Francisco Vidal Francesi, who is now a graduate student at the University of Delaware, and was my undergrad at the University of Puerto Rico at some point. So we're really going to be talking a little bit about care and caregiving and how we demonstrate that through our work, and how caring is a reciprocal practice, and that's one of the points that we want to drive home, that it sounds like very time-consuming and that requires a big commitment, but ultimately you get more out of it than what you put in, and we want to drive that point home. So thinking about, the conversation this morning, I was sitting at the hotel and reviewing my slides, and I was like, I have a driving question. I have a North Star. And it's always been how may development expand the freedoms of people, and in this case, children in Puerto Rico. I'm a scholar of development and social vulnerability to disasters, and it's always something that I think about. I think about communities in Puerto Rico and how through different programs development has been facilitated and how that has led to different outcomes and ultimately disaster outcomes. And you know, that picture there on the right is a picture that is very meaningful to me because that's my home. And it's my home the day of Hurricane Maria, as my mom was opening the gates for me to come in. So who am I? I'm a first generation scholar, like many of the students here. So I'm a product of care, and my mom was someone that was very important to me growing up. And caring for Puerto Rico is something that was taught to me from early on. I was always involved in community service work and in different initiatives that made me serve others and be an instrument. So I'm from the northwest coast of Puerto Rico, a small town in Isabela. And things that I care about higher education and the opportunity of first generation students to actually have access to four-year colleges and education. That's something that to me is very important. We don't want to lower the bar. We want to lift students up. And on the right, you know, it's also the Disaster Research Center. I'm a disaster researcher, and moving from a focus on organizations to a focus on how people respond has always been a guiding force, recognizing that we have emergency management organizations, but that ultimately community members are the first responders. And it's something that it's reminded to us every time we have a large disaster, but you know, it's a truth that at this point we should take as such. On the bottom, and you know, the projector is not really helping, it's a picture of one of our activities this summer with one of the communities in the Southwest. And it's very meaningful to me because as I'll show in one of the previous, and the next slides, community organizing is something that colonialism has taught Puerto Ricans not to do. So people are often hesitant to participate in community engagement efforts and in community organizing efforts. So creating a space that makes everyone feel safe and that we are really taking care of our home is something very meaningful to me. This is a map that is particularly meaningful to me because it highlights, first of all, the importance of perishable data after disasters. This is research that is not mine, it's research of a geologist, but you know, sometimes we need hard scientists to legitimize the importance of disaster research. And if Steve had not been all over Puerto Rico with his students documenting landslides, we would not have today an updated landslide susceptibility map. So that perishable data that we collect immediately after events, it's vital for facilitating changes at different levels. And on the right, you know, there's always a story behind the work that we do. And on the upper right, as we were doing quick response research after Hurricane Maria, I was tasked with helping to distribute some aid that colleagues from the project in which I was working at the time with Arizona State University had collected. And I was very hesitant to do it because it's not my role as a disaster researcher, but they kept insisting, and at some point I saw it as an opportunity to understand firsthand what were the challenges of delivering emergency supplies. So we did that, and of course, you know, learned a lot about the mismatch between what is available and what people need. On the top right, you know, it was a lady in Mutuado, which is at the center of Puerto Rico, the area with the highest number of landslides after Maria, and she was actually pointing downhill to where her garden ended up. And it was very, you know, eye-opening because she was staying in her home. And what you see on the picture where the window is actually her bedroom, so she couldn't stay there. She was sleeping in a loft seat behind that balcony that you see. And, we asked her, who's helping you? And she just looked at us, and we asked her, where are your kids? And her answer were, they're in the mainland and they're working, and I don't want to bother them. And we heard that reality over and over as we did research of elders living alone with kids in the US, not aware of the situation of their parents. And that's one of the, when we talk about economic crisis and we talk about displacement, we really see these things in abstract terms. But in everyday life, they take a very unique form, and it's pretty much the life experience of our elders. I've done a lot of work in Puerto Rico, and it's one of my privileges as a social scientist. At the same time as I have done work, I've been refining how I do it and how I approach communities. So all the dots in red is some of my earlier work, where it was mostly quantitative. My master's thesis was a social vulnerability for the index for the west coast of Puerto Rico. So very quantitative in understanding how development redistributed the population in Puerto Rico, and how that redistribution came also with differential access and different socioeconomic profiles, particularly because it's an industrial export economy, the model that was implemented in Puerto Rico. We have a lot of communities that are highly vulnerable who are also along the coastline. But at the same time, a social vulnerability index is a static measure that doesn't really tell us what people do in the face of adversity. So as I was moving towards my doctoral work, I started looking at contrasting perspective around emergency management and what were the challenges that emergency managers were facing vis-a-vis the ones that residents were facing, and how the perception of the delivery of services was different for each group. And then from there, I graduated, went back to Puerto Rico, and started working on the first really community-based project that I facilitated, which was a climate change adaptation plan for the municipality of Dorado, which allowed me to really look at a whole town of Puerto Rico and understand a lot of dynamics that when looking at just a single community, you really can't understand. Looking at a whole municipality, you can see a wealth of social forces playing out and explaining what you see. And from there, I worked in San Juan, and that's when Hurricane Maria happened. We were doing social sustainability transition scenarios with practitioners, and once again, it became evident that community members were the first responders. And after Hurricane Maria, we decided to launch an initiative of doing sustainability transition scenarios with 9 communities in San Juan to integrate their vision of what their community be, of what they wanted their community to be, to the overall vision of what we want the city of San Juan to be. And those dialogues were very fruitful to understand how oftentimes disadvantaged communities don't see themselves represented in planning efforts. And to really think about how we do participation in planning processes, and how oftentimes, we deliver fantasy documents that were developed by a consultant, but we really miss facilitating a planning process and listening to what people have to say. So what are we doing in Puerto Rico? And I oftentimes forget and get caught up, and different people in the group remind me, Francisco being one of those, a pure believer of creating a collaboratory in Puerto Rico and creating a space in which we can actually work hand in hand with communities and develop deep, meaningful relations that allows us to decolonize the practice of disaster research in Puerto Rico. And the situation of the disaster community in Puerto Rico is not unique. It's something that we see after every disaster, and that researchers like Kathleen Tierney characterized years ago after Hurricane Katrina. And she talked about how the disaster research community is nurtured by core researchers, episodic researchers, and periodic researchers. So people that either something happens in their community and they do some work, they devote a certain portion of their career to disaster research, or they devote their full career to look at this work. And in the aftermath of disaster, it's very hard to be a core disaster researcher because you have all this episodic and periodic people coming in, not understanding the research agenda and the broader needs in terms of research that the place has. So for a period of time, things get a little bit disparate. And after a while, when solidarity disappears, also a lot of those periodic and episodic researchers disappear. So this is, in abstract terms, a lot of what I do, but I couldn't get very far with this in talking to communities. It's a very nice picture, and gonna overwhelm everyone, and that's the end of the conversation. But what really moved us was the work that we were doing after the 2020 earthquake in the southwest of Puerto Rico. With funding from NIH and the Natural Hazard Center and NSF, we were able to administer a survey in communities in southwest Puerto Rico and San Juan. We had 434 respondents to that survey. And how we built that collaboration was very meaningful. As it happens in all disasters, the local disaster researchers call to help. And I obviously responded and went in and very humbly said, I can give you some feedback, but I certainly don't represent Puerto Rico, and that's something that I have very clear. And the last research and risk communication in Puerto Rico is from 1993. So to be able to be more informed about how we go from here, we really have to think about how we understand what's happening in the place and do rigorous research, not just opinions. We're very good at politics, but not necessarily rigorous research. So this was we had a series of preparedness measures, and one of them was the willingness to prepare a community earthquake response plan. And at the time, there was this whole boom on whole community preparedness, but when we asked people if they wanted to participate in this process, over 50% of them said that they were not interested. So to me, that was a huge concern. The communities with which I was working in the Southwest were directly impacted by the earthquakes. Obviously, there's a lingering risk of a larger earthquake, and that social fabric is super important to mitigate and ultimately promote preparedness. So this is one of our first meetings in Guayanilla in the pandemic, with very few people and very little resources. But as we were moving that project and we were finishing that work, they asked us if we were going to disappear. And that was something that, based on the conversations that we have been having with them, I was working in a community that has been historically marginalized. So I could continue doing my work in San Juan, 10 minutes away from my apartment, going back and forth, or I could do meaningful work and support communities that needed support and that have been historically marginalized. That's when we got the news about the Rising Voices grant. So I told them that we were going to continue supporting them, and that it was a very meaningful project because we were actually going to be putting together a framework on how to develop meaningful community relations. So this is where we are right now. We have tried many things. We have developed a research agenda. In Monica, we're looking at the housing reconstruction permit process and trying to understand what are some of the challenges that people have been facing as they try to rebuild their homes. And it's very meaningful work because if you look at these pictures, we're working with a lot of elders and a lot of hardworking elders that are pretty much navigating the legacies of colonialism. Very low paying jobs, very low social security, high cost of living, and you know, that's the reality that we live with. And ultimately, to me as a sociologist, it's an opportunity to honor the social contract. These are folks that work very hard, that did everything they could to contribute to society, and we have a moral and an ethical responsibility to them and to making sure that their last years they actually have a sense of well-being and are able to live in a thriving community. So with that, I'm going to pass on to my speakers. And again, I have Shad here, and very happy to learn about the work in Hawaii. I had the honor of spending a week in Kiholo this summer and participating in the summer camp and really understand firsthand how they build relationships and how they build familial relationship. This is not a hangout, this is actually a meaningful space where people are taking care of the land, taking in the land, and thinking about, you know, how they move forward in their relationship with the environment. And we also have Francisco, and Francisco is going to be talking about our work. We met and developed some questions to guide our discussion. So the first question I'm going to ask Shad to jump into it is, what lessons have you learned about approaching communities recovering from disasters in ways that support healing?
All right, thank you. And this learning is never ending. So, but being very patient and very kind and very loving after a disaster is so important because folks are grappling with a traumatic event. As you shared, communities are really the first people on the scene, the immediate responders, and having communities who are trained, knowledgeable, prepared to respond immediately makes a huge difference in the outcomes of folks, even survival, and certainly stress and trauma reduction. So being thoughtful, understanding what the needs are. Following the Lahaina fire, there was a need to get food and medicine and diapers into that community. The roads were shut down. The ocean community actually came together to go across the channels between the islands and carry these supplies to shore to help that community. So finding ways, but the more prepared we can be, the better. So the final thought that I will leave with that question is just that a cataclysm, a turnover, a change that is dramatic and dynamic is nothing new to the people of Hawaii. Just at Kiholo, we have folks who will recall relatives talking about the Hualalai lava flow in 1800 that covered a royal fish pond where the airport is today. 1859 Mauna Loa lava flow that covered the bulk of the fish pond at Kiholo. 1960 tsunami that washed all of the homes and structures and beaches away. 2011 tsunami, which we saw a photo of in the last panel before last. But also the overthrow of a sovereign nation state. That's what's known as a hulihia as well. All of these are huge events. And because these are inevitable, they are encoded into ritual, into song, chant, dance. The question was asked this morning, how do we help our next generation be prepared? Maybe not by showing them the carbon graph, maybe by teaching them the song, the chant, the dance about these things that will happen so that when they do happen, they'll have the confidence to be able to.
Okay, that's a bit hard to follow up, but I think the biggest lesson I've taken from approaching communities with this perspective on healing has been understanding that these communities already existed before we even got there, right? A lot of times we talk about community building and stuff like that, but these are communities that existed before us, that pre-existed anything that has to do with us. So they already have their ways of approaching, in this case, disaster, healing, grief, so on and so forth. And I think that, and this is echoing a little bit Dr. Helen Russett's words from yesterday, which was a wonderful presentation, about understanding that not only did the community precede us, but understanding the importance of their connection to the place that they're at. That's why for me, one of the biggest lessons coming back from all of the work I've done with the collaboratory is understanding that we as researchers have an ethical and moral obligation to be there consistently with the people. As you mentioned before, Dr. Santos, on how they asked if we were leaving, and no, thankfully we got the money, we were able to stay, but that is something that they appreciate so much, and it's a process of caring and healing that has echoed on throughout the years, and I've seen it, and it's the reason I love disaster research, which I know is a misnomer to kind of say, ooh, I love disaster. That's, but the research is there. One thing other that is one of these pictures is that not everything can be doom and gloom when we do disaster research. As part of our activities, we do bingos, we do domino tournaments, and most recently we did an art exhibition, which we see here at the bottom photo, some of our community members preparing. And I think that's very important because, like I said, not everything can be doom and gloom, because I don't know about you, but if I were an elder, if I were a youth, well, I'm still youth. If I were an elder, I wouldn't want to go to an activity who was going to tell me, hey, everything is going bad. That's not something I want to go through, and it's not conducive to community organizing, as Dr. Santos said, which is not the norm in Puerto Rico. I've also learned, and this is something that I carry with me, and kind of pivoting off of rituals, as Chad said, is that small gestures and little rituals that are consistent throughout our activities make the world a difference. One that we do every single activity is that we start with a welcome, and that welcome starts with reiterating our community values, the values that the community has told us that they have and that we are striving to replicate in our activity spaces. And so kind of the 3 points was understanding that communities came before us, that they have their own synergies, their own ways of learning, understanding that not everything can be doom and gloom, and finally that the little things do matter are the things that kind of I've taken away from approaching communities in a healing way.
Thank you so much, Francisco. And we have the next question, and you're gonna go first, and then Chad, what emerges from the process of connecting with communities in recovery?
Okay, so personally, for me, right, this is for me, I think a sense of positionality and a sense of grounding is what I've taken most from this type of work. Even though I technically, geographically speaking, came from the same area that the community of Indios is at, it's the south of Puerto Rico, I lived the same disaster. I lived through that earthquake. I still remember my mom screaming for my name to help her get out of her bedroom because she was frozen in fear. But even then, working with these communities has really told me and kind of grounded me in that even though we lived a similar disaster, our experiences are vastly different. And this is something that not only myself, but other people in our working group, our other citizen scientists have mentioned before. I mean, we have one of our citizen scientists lives 15 minutes away from this community, and even then, the experience was just so different. So working with and connecting with communities in recovery, I think what emerges most is a sense of positionality of where you stand in the world and who you really are in this process.
Thank you. And I think you are a young elder, so we'll give you credit where it's due in terms of wisdom. Man, where I was. So one of the important, I guess, epiphanies that I've gotten is just how very strong multi-generational community is. The Punavai is the life-giving spring, and so that comes from the elders. Certainly, the wisdom and the experience of the elders. When the mast is about to fall down on the canoe, and someone who's been through that knows what to do. What a huge relief. But also the Punavai is coming from the children, the enthusiasm, the resilience, the adaptability of the children. Most of us sit somewhere in the middle of that. And so how can we facilitate that for a community? It's to make sure that the entire family is cared for, that everyone is taken care of. We believe, it's a belief with the folks that I'm privileged to work with, that the place shapes the people, and the people shape the place. And so a place like ours that has been through so many cataclysms in the last 250 years has some very resilient people. And those folks are now giving back to help that place heal. Their tolerance for pain is much higher than the average, I would say. And that might sound a little bit glib, but actually the resilience requires a connection. I'm going to kind of emphasize that. Resistance doesn't require a connection. There may be a disaster. If I resist that disaster, I'm not a part of it. Maybe my house didn't burn in the fire, and I just put a fence around it. I don't have to be connected to that community, but resilience requires a connection, and the impact is painful. It has to be painful for us to be resilient as we come out the other end. We have to feel that, and that is something we gotta help our kids with. Kids, no human wants to feel pain, and a kid especially is not wanting that. So how do we help? How do we give them enough information so they know what's going on, but don't traumatize them, as you're saying? There's a belief that my friend Kule Kekealani shares, which is Mai Kapo Mai. It is from the darkness that things are born. If we're too comfortable, we fall asleep. And if we fall asleep for too long, we get eaten. If we want to adapt, and we want to grow, and want to move forward, and we want to innovate, and we want to enhance, I don't know that we can do that if we're comfortable all the time. I think this planet is shaping us so that we are capable of taking care of this planet. And so that's one of the things that I've learned, and I'm really, really grateful for that lesson.
I'm just going to stay here because Chad's going to take the next question first. In your experience, what factors may form the relationships you can build with community members?
Trust. And of course, trust is based on time and accountability and follow through and honesty. And I think that time does not equate to trust if you're dishonest and you don't follow through and you're not accountable. But if you're honest and you follow through and you're accountable, trust is not automatic. So I do think it has to be an adequate commitment and demonstration of commitment of time with the attributes of integrity. And when communities see that you're not going anywhere, that you really care, that you really value what they're bringing, and that you're working hard to make sure that everybody is a part of it, I think that's the recipe. There's a statistic that 25% of people in Hawaii are caregivers, and really that's a narrow definition of folks who are taking care of elders or children, or folks who can't take care of themselves. I think I know our number is much higher than that. As a caregiver who has taken care of, from the time I was a child, my grandmother, then my son, now my mom, that is a type of caregiver, but also we know that our mother is this planet that we live on, and I would say an aspirational goal would be for 100% of us to be caregivers, take care of Mother Earth and everyone in need around us.
Well, I think there's many things that influence or challenge the relationships we can build with community members, and I could go off on a horrible tangent, but I'll keep it short. I think for the most part, at least in the case of Puerto Rico, the biggest challenge really is our political economy. From the effects of colonialism on the fact that community organizing just isn't something that many Puerto Ricans see in the cards. They just don't see it as a possibility, right? So even in their cosmovision, the way they envision the world, something like that is just so out of reach because of the political economy of our country. But also things more on the logistical side of things. Like for example, I'm very privileged to have come from the University of Puerto Rico. It's a system where, technically speaking, we are the better university of the island. However you want to categorize that. I have my qualms about it. But it is true that in our more disadvantaged communities on the island, there's this push for students and youth to go towards private institutions that don't give the opportunities for connection with community members. Like, the only reason that I ever got a chance to connect with community members was because I had that connection with Dr. Santos and the University of Puerto Rico. The connection with the University of Puerto Rico isn't there anymore, but the caveat is that I had that privilege because of that power that comes from being from the first university of the country. But many, coming from the South, many of the universities in the South are private institutions, and they are the ones that our youth are pushed into. And so those institutions aren't a breeding ground for caring or for projects that incorporate community members as projects like the Collaboratory does.
Jeff, do you want to go ahead?
How do we practice self-care in this work?
Yeah, like how about it says to me, and I'm like, okay, I need to get there. So the next question that we discuss is how do we practice self-care in this work? Obviously, you know, we see many dark days, and things can get doom and gloom. So how we practice self-care, and I specifically chose those pictures where that's like, because I like going to the beach, and it's, to me, it's a place where you leave everything behind. You're looking at the ocean, everything's behind you. And we do self-care also by sharing time with each other. And yeah, we're facilitating discussion between a plantation and the community so that fishermen and crab collectors can have access to the beach. And sometimes, you know, these conversations get tense. So that day after that meeting, we had chicken soup. And chicken soup is always good for the soul, so that's one of the ways that we practice self-care. So, Shen, go ahead.
Thank you. I think food is self-care. Time in nature is self-care, and the capacity of nature to heal is something that is. There's been so much today that has been shared that is not surprising to our family members, right? Our aunties and uncles and grandparents, and the capacity of nature to heal us has been known for a long time. What hasn't been done is it hasn't been appreciated by everyone, and by everyone I mean primarily the neo-colonials from the cultures that I derive from. And I think that another way we can practice self-care is to introduce folks who may not be from a culture that is as tied to nature to the healing power of nature in a way that's responsible and that's guided. And so we were able to engage in a project with first responders who, following the COVID-19 pandemic, of course, post-traumatic stress was at a high for lots of people, but particularly for our EMTs, emergency medical technicians, fire departments, they had to, and doctors and nurses. We were approached by a great nonprofit called Vibrant Hawaii that had a grant to support up to 50 firefighters to come once a month and help us take care of land, water, cultural sites, and food at Ke'olo Fish Pond, and so we did that. I just want to read one of the other things about self-care is when you get the good reviews. I think that can help. So I'm going to read from the report here. One of the most profound experiences for participants was engaging in guided cultural practices during the restoration of the local ias of Fish Pond. Lehua Kamaka, who works with our hui, Kia'i of Ke'olo Fish Pond, led them in a traditional Hawaiian chant as part of the restoration work. After completing their work on the fish pond walls, Lehua shared the deeper meaning behind the chant, emphasizing its role in ensuring the stones were set firmly in place. So one of the firefighter participants had this to share. Lehua had the group go on both sides of the wall and place their hands on the pohaku, or stones. She explained the chant that she was about to do, what it meant, and how we are to tap the pohaku like a drum while we chant. A chicken skin moment, and this is goosebumps in Hawaii, it's chicken skin, is the best way to explain how it felt during the chant and tapping the pohaku. After the chant, Lehua explained, this is a cultural practice. We learn as we build and restore, and when the walls fall again, we practice again, and we pass this down to the next generation. Just like in life, we build and restore when things fall apart, we practice again. These first responders worked through some deep stuff. According to the social science in conjunction with this, they had huge benefits, much better than if they had spent 6 months on medications, for instance, for the most part. And so what Lehua shared, our walls will fall, and that is what allows us to practice rebuilding them. And when we have that opportunity to practice, that's when we can ask, do we perpetuate that wall in the same place? Do we adapt it? Do we enhance it? And what a gift to be able to ask ourselves that question after challenging times.
Seems like a metaphor as well as actual activity.
Yes. Yeah, alignment. And then being next to the folks from the firehouse. Oh, sorry. Yes, a beautiful metaphor. Beautiful metaphor, and I think Kupuna knew that. I think the act of building walls helped them work through some heavy trauma too. There's also a word from nature, but it's called imbrication. It's the natural consolidation of grains or sediments or stones in conjunction with a force. And it's almost never straight. It's almost always crooked. And so I think that path through life that we follow, we can learn so much from the fish pond, from the natural consolidation. The waves that we see in nature are showing us examples of ways we can make it through tough times.
I'll be honest, this question is kind of a full circle moment for me. A little bit of a story. The first thing I ever did at the collaboratory was do the Converge module on conducting emotionally stressful research. So this kind of hits home, especially with having Dr. Lori Peak here from the Natural Hazards Center. But for me, self-care is kind of an oxymoron. This is just my perspective. To me, self-care has to be collective. There's no such thing as only caring for myself. Maybe this is something that we can debate later, but that's just how I see self-care. And caring for myself in this case really is about building a system of care inside, in this case, the team, our community, and so on and so forth. And that has given me time, like for example, we were talking about cooking together and eating together. Those are things that research teams aren't obligated to do. We do them because of our love for each other. And stuff like our debriefs after each time we do an activity, or we go out in the community and announce an activity, there's debrief moments where we kind of check in with ourselves, with our emotions, because we are handling very emotionally challenging research. And so I like to think of self-care, we were talking about this when we were preparing for this panel, as something that is a positive feedback loop, in the sense that when I care for our team, the times we have team building activities or that we care for each other, the community itself notices that. And we've had members like Chagata, I think is his name, Don Angel, who I remember very fondly. He remembers me very fondly. He brings us every activity, little artisanal crafts that he does not have to do. He does it out of the bottom of his heart because he noticed that there is a caring system between us and that we have a care for the community. And so the community kind of made a reciprocal approach to us in terms of care. And so the reason I called it a feedback loop is because not only do they notice, they talk about sometimes how, because of the way we've shown care, they have started caring for each other outside of the bounds of our research space. So they'll come to our activities talking about, ooh, I talked with this neighbor at the grocery store, which I never would have done before. And that really shows us that it's a feedback loop in the sense that it's spreading around, not only between us, and also that it is compounded in the self, the team, and then the community. And so that's why I think self-care is an oxymoron. There's no such thing. There's only collective care. And so I'll leave you with that.
Okay, and Chad got deep here and proposed this question, and we have it there. We regularly face the loss of loved ones, mentors, colleagues, collaborators, friends, and family members. What is important to acknowledge as we grieve?
Why did I propose that?
Sorry.
Wow. What is important to acknowledge as we grieve? I think there's two aspects of this that I was likely considering when proposing it. One is just acknowledging that there has been a bulimia, there has been an event that happened. We have lost someone, something, some practice that we love, and we should mourn that loss. The other is that the beautiful thing of having known that place, a person, before losing them is now a part of us and will always be a part of us. And so what we do now not only matters for us, but it matters for them too. And I don't know that many of our scientists, certainly not me, are trained in dealing with grief and dealing with loss. And if you love a community, if that's in distress, and if you love nature, it's inevitable that we're going to have to deal with it, and we don't have the tools for it. And I don't want to scare anyone, discourage anyone. I think this is an area where we really need to lean into the social sciences a lot and learn how we can be prepared for this. Just like any disaster, the physical aspects, the mental health aspects, but the aspects of loss are something that we can prepare for if we start now. And then one other just real quick quote from the first time I met Dr. Wildcat was Primo Hui that
our good friend Kahu Kalani Souza facilitated, and before she passed, Auntie Raylene Caballero was there, who was a healer, trained in the La'al Lapa'al tradition, and she made a point about healing that I think is very important for us to understand. And I'm going to paraphrase her, but we go where our focus is. And so, as a conservation planner trained in threat assessment, I can work with the community for a week, and we can look at threats and situation analysis, and we can focus on that, and at the end of the week, we'll never talk to each other again. It is so depleting to focus on that, and when you stare at it long enough, that's your path goes there. You know, this is not metaphysical. This is real. If you try riding your bicycle in between two tight poles and looking at one of the poles, and come back to me and tell me what happens. You're going to hit the pole you're trying to avoid by looking at it. But if you focus on the wellness, and my mom is having major problems right now, and I think there are people who would trade places with all of us. But as the more problems we have, maybe the fewer that number is. But every morning she wakes up and thinks about 3 things she's grateful for, because there are still people who would trade places with her, and to me that's the wellness. And so that can get us through. Instead of hitting the pole, we look at the beautiful open space for our path right there on that current that we need to follow, and focus on the wellness, and we will get there.
I'll get a little bit personal with this one. I'll be honest, just before I started working with the collaboratory, and I told Dr. Santos this, I did lose my father. The start of my academic career, my first year of university, my first semester, I lost him. In hindsight, it's best that he passed at that time, because COVID-19 came right around next, and he was immunocompromised. So I'm still very thankful that he passed in a time that I could have spent with him. But for the most part, throughout my academic journey, I kind of held that grief within. I didn't really talk about it. I didn't really care about it. I remember specifically this one, and this is why I care so much about this project and our community members. I remember a talk I had with Hazel, one of our community leaders who last semester came to the ARM meeting, I assume, and then we had the elder and youth panel. And she had talked about her experience on losing her parents. And I remember how she actually knew my father. It was a very small world. We were talking about that, how I could not believe, not even for 1 minute, that she knew my father. But she talked very openly and candidly about her losing her parents, and kind of seeing that process of, if this elder can manage their grief and speak on it, why can't I, right? And so I know it's a bit cliche to say this, but just like how I don't think there's self-care, I don't think there's grief alone. Grief is collective. And I think that one of the biggest things to acknowledge is that grief can be shared and should be. And that for the most part, when we do that, we carry that grief with us for the rest of our lives, but instead of it tearing us down, it becomes a constructive force. And so, yeah.
Thank you, Francisco. And yeah, I want to, recognize the importance that it has been for us to have elders in our group. Because obviously, as we move through life, we obviously encounter situations that we are not necessarily prepared for, or we might be more prepared than we think, but at the time we might be overwhelmed. And elders always have a light to pretty much shine on us and make us think, make us realize that what we fear is minimal in comparison to some of the things and some of the challenges that they face. And it's not that it invalidates our experience, but it empowers us to continue moving forward and to also acknowledge what those people that cared for us did and how we can honor them by just giving back to others. This is our last question. What is something you wish you had known before engaging with communities in reciprocal ways, or a mistake from which you learned a valuable lesson?
I can start that one, and I think the key word is time. I think a lot of people undervalue the amount of time and labor that it takes to work that is engaged with communities and that makes communities its center and doesn't just throw on communities the responsibility of doing everything. So for me, the thing that when I entered the collaboratory, I had no idea that community engaged research was so time consuming, so emotionally and labor, I don't know the word, I'm translating it to English from Spanish, sorry. So laborful, is that the word? But basically how much time it would take, not only like actual like periodic time, but the amount of hours in my day it would take out of my schedule. And the amount of mileage on my car it would take. A lot of things that people don't notice on the background of that type of work, that very hard work. And in terms of a mistake, I've done so many. I can't count them, from misaddressing people to not accepting gifts when I should have accepted gifts. I don't like coffee, so I remember a specific time a community member offered me coffee and I didn't know that I should have said yes, even if I didn't like coffee. But those are learning experiences, so yeah.
The important lesson that I wish I had learned was don't get too drunk with the community members on the first night. Ease into that one. It can go one of two ways. In my case, I got lucky, but just like you, I mean, a litany of mistakes, almost feel like it would be comical and illustrative to just highlight all of them. But the deep and non-negotiable connection, kinship connection between people and place, and the reality that the place is a living manifestation of a family and a community, is something that took me far too long to understand. As a trained ecologist, I could understand the fish is alive. I could understand the fisherman is alive. I couldn't understand is that fish and the fishermen are part of the same life way. And that was really illuminating once it became apparent that was the case. But also, go easy on the booze. I'm just gonna reiterate that. It's not bad advice, not just for community, but take it easy out there.
Thank you so much, Chad. And just to finalize, I think that our takeaways are, that when we talk about reciprocity in community work, we underline that ultimately we get more than we give. And we were having a conversation last night, and I mentioned how we are subjects of our own work. And I think that this is probably one of the most transformative projects in which I've been in my career, because it makes me question what I do every day, and it requires a lot of flexibility to honor one of our principles, that is that the community comes first. And that's a big responsibility, but it's also a big honor to be recognized by the community as someone that cares and that shows up and that has their back when they need them. So thank you, everyone. Thank you, Francisco, and thank you, Shad. for jumping into this adventure. And I think Alex is somewhere around here or went somewhere. Yeah, right here.
You were right. It sends me. All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Jennifer, for sharing this amazing panel and closing up a wonderful day of presentations and panel discussions. Thank you, Chad and Francisco, for coming. Long travels. Yes. All right, so we are on schedule and on Indian time at the same time. It's beautiful. Dr. Brockhoff's making his way up, but I just want to give my sincere thanks again to Brendan and Travis. And I saw Brandon running around earlier getting photos. This has been a day long. You guys were here late last night. You're here early this morning. You're here all day. I just want to give a great big thanks to you guys for making the virtual and the stuff here in the room possible all at the same time. Yes, and I want to thank Dr. Deborah for corralling those wonderful students to help with cleanup, set up, all of those things, including cleaning up the room from yesterday. We had 2 days of events, so that's a lot of work for her and her students. All right, and last but not least, also Stephanie from our team for leading those wonderful student presentations, Dr. Tim Schneider, Dr. Kyle, I know I missed that, Brett Rainey, who also led a panel. That's a lot of work. I've been part of those emails for several weeks, coordinating. And I want to give a big thanks to Lori Peak as well, who joined us today and offered the keynote this morning. So thank you, everyone.
Did you give me the address?
All right. It appears that there is a Who's Who after hours special invitation gathering at Brendan's house. Brendan has a wonderful house nearby. He lives at 1136 East 12th Street. Maybe what we could do is write it on a piece of paper as well and make sure that's...
Google map it because it's an odd, it's not a through street. 12th Street doesn't go straight through East Lawrence.
Can you repeat it?
Yes, 1136
East 12th.
East 12th Street. Yes. He lives across the street from the Kansas, the Zen Center. But yeah, reminder to check out our website as well if you'd like to stay in touch, especially for the summer internship programs, and we're going to be doing this every year.
Well, first of all, everyone, let's give an incredible round of applause. Deborah, are you still out there? I thought Deborah for a second. Deborah, pop your head in here. So, Deborah is responsible for getting these student posters all done. Great round of applause. I don't see Stephanie, but Stephanie was responsible for printing them. And unfortunately now she has made it clear she really understands the printer here at Haskell. And so I think we're going to be keeping her real busy. But anyway, so thanks to Stephanie. And then, of course, you know, Travis and Brendan, incredible work. Just incredible gratitude to you. And let's all give a great round of applause to Alex. She's the woman who keeps she makes sure we keep at least 2 wheels on the pavement, you know, when we're going down the road. And I just wanted to express my gratitude to everyone here today. Some of you traveled a great distance to be here. We couldn't, you know, the way this came together is phenomenal. You know, different people within the hub say, oh, well, we ought to contact this person, you know. It wouldn't have occurred to me, you know. I knew Lori and Lori Peak's work, but, you know, I wasn't making the connection. Jennifer says, oh, we've got to get, I think we can get Lori Peaks to do a keynote. I said, really? And called her, and here she is. And, you know, like I said, you know, the way we were able to get, you know, Bob Berkebile here, the way we were able to, you know, get Helen Russett here and Kyle Hill, just phenomenal. It was just a total effort to kind of pull together a marvelous program. We will send an email. We will ask everyone for the right to
get a public release from you. Now, it has been recorded and it's out there, but I really mean this. There was such a wealth, knowledges and wisdom today that we've got money in our RVCC budget for publication. I think we're going to make an effort to transcribe. We've got recordings, the whole program, and print proceedings to the second annual Children's Health and Climate Change Symposium. Some people might say, well, maybe that, why print it? It's out there. I don't know, maybe I'm just too old school, but sometimes just having something in your hand where it's all together and you can just pull it off the shelf and, not worry about getting the direct quote or exact direct because you got it right there in front of you. I think there's some advantage to that, and so we will be following up with an email asking your permission, and asking you to work with us as we get transcriptions done. We'll give you guys, everyone who presented, an opportunity to tweak it, clean it up a little bit, if you want to. But I just wish the auditorium were full today. And that's going to be our goal every year, to get this place full. We had some stiff competition on the Hill. KU Law School does a symposium on sovereignty every year. That's why I kind of bugged out real quickly, because they wouldn't let me off the hook. We did our protocol at 8:45, okay? And they did their protocol at 9:45 and asked me if I'd come up and help. So I ran up there and came right back in time to hear Lori's final concluding remarks, which were awesome, and I know her presentation was awesome too. I'll watch it. I'll watch the video, okay? But I talked to the dean up there and I said, we could really get a twofer. Next year, let's have the KU Indigenous Law and Sovereignty program, their day program, piggyback with the Children's Health and Climate Change Symposium. I think that'd be super cool. We spend a day at KU and the law school, bring everyone here for a day. So there are all kinds of cool things that are going on. We've got so many good kin here. You're all part of the family now. You're all part of RVCC Hub. Don't forget it. And I got David Titterington, our wonderful art professor here, reached out to me and told me that the fall art show, we are going to continue with the theme that came out of our work, Power in Place, for this December. It's going to be their theme. And he asked me if I had a theme for the spring. And I said, well, let me think about it. And you guys may have mentioned, I said I came back from a meeting a year ago and I wrote down a bunch of different things. Resistance and resilience, power in place, that's the one he liked. I had another one, and it turns out it's so timely. It fits perfectly with the discussions that were held today. And I took it, I had it on my whiteboard, these 5 different things. We marked out power in place. We've used that twice. But the theme from the RVCC Hub's work for next spring, hopefully we'll be able to have our ARM meeting, our annual research meeting, and then go to see the Haskell Art Show on the heels of that. But the theme he picked, we have volumes about it today, and it was embodied traditions, spirit and reason. And I think that's what you guys do. You embody spirit and reason. And thank you so much for being here. I hope those of you who are in town and staying over tonight, thank you, Brendan, for opening up your beautiful home for us to meet over there and have some pizza tonight, 7 o'clock. And, we'll see you there. So, Sanlai, Koyatsate, thank you so much, relatives, for being here.